Chapter 2104. Qingfeng, I'm going to give you a mission. Go to the demonic mountain in the demonic realm and extract the devouring origin from the devouring demon tribe. Yi Wuji called Yi Qinfeng to his side as the god of life repaired Yu Nichang's life soul. Extract the devouring origin from the devouring demon tribe. Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of the devouring demon tribe in the virtual god realm. After my research over the past few days, Tai Yi has left a secret trick in the god-eating brain. With this secret trick, he can instantly control you and all the people controlled by the god-eating brain. Yi Wuji said, if you want to break this secret trick of his, you have to use the devouring origin. Your mother and I need to go to the divine tribe to extract the life origin from the divine tribe and steal a few divine items to refine elixirs. We can't go to the demonic realm with you, but I'll get the god of the ancestral dragon to go with you. With the god of the ancestral dragon's peak virtual god strength, even the 9 demon gods and Yama devil god won't be able to do anything. All right, I'll go to the demonic realm now. The God-Eater brain was very helpful to Yi Qinfeng. He was not willing to return the God-Eater brain to Tai Yi. No, now's not the time. Yi Wuji shook his head. Wait until you've broken through to mid-level virtual god. Qingfeng Ming, come with me. With that, Yi Wuji led Yi Qinfeng and his son into the minor 6 paths. What a rich origin energy! It was Yi Qinfeng and his son's first time entering the minor 6 paths. They were shocked when they felt the origin energy that filled the space. The minor 6 paths contains the origin energy of the god, heaven, human, demon, ancient, and monster clans. When the 6 origins are combined, the minor 6 paths can unleash power that surpasses the virtual god weapon. Yi Wuji explained from the side. What I'm taking you to now is the most powerful divine source of the minor 6 paths. Half of the 5 elements source energy is suppressed there. Borrowing the 5 element source energy will be enough for you to break through to the middle stage of the void god realm and for Ming, to break through to the 6-star ancestor realm. By the way, Father, why didn't I see Elder Qi this time? Yi Qinfeng thought of Ancestor Qi Ri, who had not shown up for a long time, and asked in confusion. Elder Qi was sent by me to find a few main ingredients for refining divine pills. He will be back in a while. Yi Wuji said, Father, what level of divine pill do you want to refine? Yi Qinfeng asked curiously. I'm going to refine 3 batches of divine pellets. The first batch will be the ultimate void god pellet, the second batch will be the nature divine pellet, and the third batch will be the heaven seizing divine pellet. Yi Wuji said, right now I have only collected the main ingredients for the ultimate hollow god pill. I haven't collected the main ingredients for the divine transformation pill and the heaven seizing divine pill. Ultimate void god pill, creation god pill, heaven seizing god pill. Hearing the 3 divine pills that Yi Wuji was going to refine, Yi Qinfeng could not help but gasp. Yi Qinfeng had never even seen an ultimate void god pill, let alone the creation god pill and the heaven seizing divine pill. However, he could imagine that if Yi Wuji refined the legendary creation god pill and the heaven seizing divine pill, it would definitely shock the entire void god realm. Well, if you want to break through to the extreme of the void god realm, you can only hope to use the heaven seizing divine pill. The ultimate void god pill and the creation god pill are refined for you, Nick Hang, and your mother. Yi Wuji nodded and said, Father, I've plundered a lot of divine objects in the beginning, and I've also obtained some divine objects that have long been extinct in the void god realm from the chaos tomb. See if there's anything you need. Yi Qinfeng summoned all the divine objects in his possession. Bodhi flower, sun fruit, qilin blood, Ganoderma. Looking at the divine objects that Yi Qinfeng had summoned, Yi Wuji's eyes could not help but light up. Qinfeng, I didn't expect you to have so many good things. Yi Wuji smiled faintly and said, Then I'll take these divine objects. With the divine objects that Yi Qinfeng had found, Yi Wuji was completely confident that he could gather the main ingredients to refine the creation god pill and the heaven-seizing divine pill. By the way, I have another treasure for you. See if you can understand the ultimacy within it. When Yi Wuji brought Yi Qinfeng and his son to the five elements origin energy, he summoned a huge piece of dead wood and placed it beside the five elements origin energy. This is the time rules. When Yi Qinfeng released his powerful soul to penetrate the dead wood, he found that the complete time rules were engraved on the steel, including the most mysterious time stop rules. This dead wood was refined from a time divine wood. It contains the complete time rules. You and your son should study it well. If you can understand the time stop rules, it will be of great help to you in the future. Yi Wuji nodded and said, Thank you, grandfather. I'll start then. Yu Yeming knew the mystery of the time rules. He sat cross-legged beside the dead wood and absorbed the five elements origin to cultivate while comprehending the time rules. Chengfeng, you should cultivate well too. Try to break through to the peak of virtual god stage as soon as possible. Only when you reach this stage will you be qualified to participate in the battle of the gods. Yi Wuji said, Don't worry, father. I'll definitely participate in the battle of the gods. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and sat beside Yu Yeming to comprehend the time rules and break through to the intermediate virtual god stage. While Yi Qinfeng and Yu Yeming were cultivating in the lesser six paths, a huge change happened to the divine tribe. Many powerful forces that relied on the divine tribe disappeared mysteriously overnight. However, a thick blood fog appeared in the divine sky clan's heaven palace, dyeing the entire sky red. For a time, the entire divine tribe was in a state of panic. Many forces feared that they would suffer the same fate and wanted to leave the divine tribe's territory. However, they also disappeared mysteriously. The five elements origin is indeed powerful. I can feel the opportunity to break through so quickly. After nearly 3 months of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng used the powerful five elements origin to forcibly raise his strength to the peak of the low-level virtual god stage. His cultivation foundation was extremely solid. Feeling that the time was right, Yi Qinfeng began to break through to the intermediate virtual god stage. Yu Yeming used the five elements origin to continuously break through realms. Now that he had stepped into the 5-star Dao ancestor stage, he was trying his best to consolidate his realm and break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor stage. Can't break through? After repeated attempts and efforts, Yi Qinfeng spent nearly a month, but still could not break through the bottleneck. This made him deeply understand the difficulty of breaking through to the virtual god stage. However, he was not in a hurry. He continued to devour the five elements origin and tried his best to break through. Just as he was persistently trying to break through to mid-level virtual god, he suddenly felt a majestic energy surge into his body all of a sudden. It was as if the divine power in his entire body had been detonated, instantly stimulating his potential and allowing him to shatter the firm bottleneck of his level in one go. With the bottleneck broken, Yi Qinfeng's difficulty suddenly decreased greatly. In less than 3 days, he successfully broke through the bottleneck that had more and more cracks. He broke through to the intermediate virtual god stage in one go. His physical strength reached an astonishing 15 trillion kilograms, and his combat strength soared by nearly 100 times. Phew, I've finally broken through. I don't know if my current combat strength, combined with several major trump cards, can defeat a virtual god stage almighty. Yi Qinfeng breathed a sigh of relief and woke up from his cultivation. Feeling the increase in his combat strength, he revealed a satisfied smile and devoted all his energy to comprehending the time rules of order. Chapter 2105. Time Stop. After more than half a year of comprehension, Yi Qinfeng, who had merged with the God-Eater brain, had basically mastered the time-stop rules of order. As he tried his best to deduce, the flow of time around him instantly stopped. I wonder if I can stop a complete, empty god with my current strength. Yi Qinfeng had just mastered the time-stop rules of order and was not sure of its power. If the time rules of order that he mastered could stop a complete, empty god in an instant, it would be enough for him to kill a complete, empty god. It's time to come out of seclusion. Yi Qinfeng woke up from his cultivation. He glanced at Yu Yeming, who was absorbing the 5 elements origin energy and trying his best to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm. He did not disturb him and left the 6 paths realm through the gate, returning to the magnificent mansion. Chengfeng! As soon as Yi Qinfeng appeared in the mansion, a familiar voice entered his ears. Then, a pink figure dashed toward him. Yi Qinfeng could not help but reveal a smile when he saw the alluring face that was enough to bewitch all living things and the gaze that was revealed in those peach blossom eyes. He hugged the figure tightly in his arms, unwilling to part with her. Nick Hang, our family will never be separated. Hugging Yu Nichang's soft body, Yi Qinfeng whispered in her ear. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng, the Phoenix God and the Ancestor Dragon God, left the mansion and went to the demon realm through the wormhole built by the Levitation Palace. As Yu Nichang had just recovered from her injuries, and her life spirit was still weak, the God of Life had left it behind. She could not follow Yi Qinfeng to the demon realm to extract the devouring origin energy. Chengfeng, I heard that your father is going to refine the divine creation pill. I wonder if you can get me a divine creation pill after refining it. The Phoenix God said with a longing look. She had refined the desolation, divine flame. Although she had reached the great circle of the void God realm, she was clear that without a great opportunity, she would not be able to reach the peak of the void God realm. However, the legendary fortune divine pellet had such a miraculous effect. If she could obtain one, she would definitely have a chance to reach the peak of the void God realm. Phoenix God, I don't know how many nature Dan my father can refine, but if there are any extra, I will definitely leave one for you. Yi Qinfeng promised. Good, your words are enough. The Phoenix God couldn't help but reveal a faint smile while looking at Yi Qinfeng's handsome face. The void God realm was too big, and the Ascension Palace was very far away from the demon world. The group passed through the wormhole and traveled for nearly half a month before they entered the demon world. What a dense demonic aura! When Yi Qinfeng and the others entered the devil world, they immediately felt the dense devil qi floating in the air of the devil world. This devil qi was nurtured by the devil clan's origin energy. War Devil, you should know the location of the 1,000 Zhang Devil Mountain, right? Yi Qinfeng summoned the War Devil from the universe mirror and asked, I know. The 1,000 Zhang Devil Mountain is the territory of the Devouring Devil Clan. The Devouring Devil Clan is a very ancient clan of the Devil Clan. They rarely show themselves in the Devil world. However, the Devouring Devil Clan's overall strength is very frightening. It can be considered the hidden strength of the Devil Clan. The War Devil revealed all the information it knew about the Devouring Devil Clan. War Devil, which Devil Clan do you come from? How is the overall strength of the Devil Clan? Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt that he knew very little about the Devil Clan and asked, I come from the War Devil Clan. I was once the patriarch of the War Devil Clan. However, the competition within the Devil Clan is extremely great. I have been suppressed by the human sovereign for so many years. I'm afraid that not many people in the War Devil Clan know about me. The War Devil continued, the Devil Clan is divided into 9 clans. If the 9 clans are gathered together, the overall strength of the Devil Clan is not weaker than the Heavenly Clan. However, the Heavenly Clan has a person who can reach the heavens. That's why they are able to suppress the Devil Clan. War Devil, what kind of treasure does your War Devil Clan have? Yi Qinfeng didn't expect the Devil Clan to be so powerful. He was slightly surprised and asked, My War Devil clan is suppressing a powerful wood origin. In addition to the wood origin, my War Devil clan is also suppressing a 9 underworld devil fire. Because he was loyal to Yi Qin Feng, the War Devil didn't hide anything and spoke without reservation. Wood origin. Yi Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a feeling that if he let the chaos law idol devour the wood origin, it might undergo a qualitative change and strengthen his foundation. However, the Phoenix God was very interested in the 9 underworld devil fire that was being suppressed by the War Devil clan. It seems that after extracting the devouring origin, we need to make a trip to the War Devil clan. Yi Qin Feng muttered to himself. Yi Qin Feng steered the warship and flew rapidly over the Devil World. On the way to the Devil Mountain, Yi Qin Feng discovered many powerful devil beasts in the Devil World. He also discovered many powerful devil cultivators with terrifying strength. As they flew, Yi Qin Feng's deep eyes looked through the endless space and discovered that the distant clouds were throbbing, evolving into various visions. Could a treasure have appeared? Yi Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of interest. Let's go and take a look. Putting away the warship, Yi Qin Feng put the Phoenix God and progenitor Dragon God into the universe mirror. Then he brought the War Devil and Zi Lin with him and flew over to check out the situation. There seems to be a heavenly demon vision in front of us. Could this be the ruins of the heavenly devil clan? The War Devil used to be the patriarch of the War Devil clan. He had a good understanding of the Devil World's various clans. Looking at the constantly changing visions in the space, he vaguely guessed the origin of the ruins in front of them. War Devil, how strong is the Heavenly Devil clan? Yi Qin Feng asked. In the past, the Heavenly Devil clan's strength was above our War Devil clan. They were known as the 4th Devil clan. However, I heard that the Heavenly Devil clan's patriarch offended a powerful figure and was directly annihilated by him. The annihilation of the Heavenly Devil clan alarmed the entire devil race. The Yama God once came out to kill that person, but he failed to do so. Rumor has it that after the Heavenly Devil clan was annihilated, they left behind 4 great inheritances. Perhaps the ruins in front of us are one of the Heavenly Devil clan's ruins. The War Devil said in detail. Let's go and see if there are any treasures to be taken. Yi Qin Feng never showed mercy to his enemies. If there were treasures in the ruins, Yi Qin Feng would definitely not leave them to the devil race. Halt! The front has been sealed. No one is allowed to enter. Just as Yi Qin Feng's group of 3 approached the vision space, they were immediately stopped by 4 devil race experts wearing black robes. They had a totem tattoo on their left cheek and held devil weapons. They coldly warned them. There's no place this old lady can't go. Zi Lin coldly snorted. Her hands quickly twisted, instantly interweaving 8 black, snake-like finger lights. They cut through the space and pierced towards the 4 devil race experts, intercepting them at an extremely fast speed. Puff, 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 puff. Facing Zi Lin's interweaving finger lights attack, the 4 devil race experts didn't even have time to wail before they turned into 4 clouds of blood mist and died on the spot. After killing 4 people, Yi Qin Feng's group of 3 flew into the vision space without slowing down. The appearance of the 3 of them immediately attracted the attention of nearly 100 devil race experts. Some even cast cold glances at them. Chapter 2106. Who are you? Why did you kill a member of my Geong family? Looking at Yi Qin Feng's group of 3 who had suddenly barged in, a 5-star fiend ancestor old man in a black robe with a demon goat tattooed on his left arm and a white beard slowly walked over. His body exuded a dense aura of death. He was a 5-star fiend ancestor old man. I killed him. Do I need a reason to do so? The war demon, who was hiding his true strength, glanced at the black-robed old man and said domineeringly. The black-robed old man's face darkened as he said, It seems like you don't put my Geong family in your eyes. Get lost as far as you can. Don't blame me for twisting your neck if you keep talking nonsense. The war demon warned somewhat impatiently. All right. I'd like to see how you— Before the black-robed old man could finish his words, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. The war demon had strangely appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. Crack! A bone-chilling sound rang out. The war demon's right hand exerted a little force and twisted the old man's neck in front of many pairs of shocked eyes. Then the war demon opened its mouth and released a powerful devouring force, swallowing the soul of the black-robed old man into its stomach. So strong! Witnessing the war demon instantly twisting the neck of a 5-star fiend ancestor and devouring his soul, the various fiend clan experts were shocked. The way they looked at the old man changed greatly. Is this person a peak ancestor realm expert? Many people guessed the war demon's true strength in their hearts. However, with the previous example, no one dared to provoke Yi Qinfeng's group. They tacitly accepted their existence and waited in silence for the vision before them to disappear. The vision of the mausoleum lasted for a day and a night before gradually disappearing. A bottomless black hole appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the black hole in front of them, the various fiend clan experts flew into the black hole without hesitation, wanting to fight for the treasures in the black hole. Qingfeng, should we go in and fight for the treasures inside? Zilin looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing motionlessly in midair, and asked, No hurry. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, It won't be too late for us to go in after they break the restrictions inside. Other than Yi Qinfeng and the other two, there were 4 other powerful figures who were standing in midair. They were not in a hurry to enter the black hole. Although the 4 of them had concealed their auras, Yi Qinfeng sensed that the 4 of them were probably low-level virtual gods under the God-Eater brain's rapid deduction. Yi Qinfeng secretly sized up the 4 of them. The 4 virtual god experts were also sizing up Yi Qinfeng and the other 2. When they felt that Zilin was only a half-step virtual god, Yi Qinfeng and the war demon's abilities were on par with Zilin's. They lost interest in them. Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 hovered in the air, waiting in silence for more than 2 days. When they felt the time was right, they immediately took Zilin and the war devil into the black hole in the tomb. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 had entered the black hole, the 4 virtual god almighties summoned several ancestral flags and sealed the entire entrance to prevent anyone from escaping after obtaining the treasures. Since most of the restrictions in the tomb had been broken, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 did not encounter any trouble and arrived at the depths of the tomb. My guess is right. This should be one of the heavenly fiend inheritance grounds. The 3 of them arrived at a dark temple built underground. Looking at the ancient patterns carved on the temple walls, the war devil was almost certain that this was the heavenly fiend ruins. Stop. This passage has been occupied by the Gongyang clan and the Ghost Fiend clan. Go through another passage. When Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 arrived at the passage in the middle of the dark temple, for powerful progenitor almighties immediately stopped them and spoke coldly. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. The war devil glared and warned with a murderous aura. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've killed a 5-star devil ancestor. The Ghost Fiend clan is not something you can provoke. At that moment, a feminine voice rang out in the passage. A half-step to empty god realm man wearing a long red robe walked out of the black passage. His face was lightly powdered, his lips were painted red, and he had long black fingernails. He looked extremely enchanting. He was a half-step to empty god realm man. He glanced at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 and warned in a feminine voice. Zilin, this one should suit your taste. I'll let you deal with him. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the feminine man and said with a smile, Go to hell. Zilin rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng and said, You're the one who likes a lady boy. Lin's words pierced the feminine man's heart like a knife, igniting his murderous intent. He shouted and summoned a dragon-like long whip. It was an upper-grade ancestral artifact. Layers of whip shadows intertwined and attacked Lin. "How dare you attack me? I'll beat you to death, ladyboy." As the dragon-like long whip approached, Lin immediately summoned the supreme grade ancestral artifact, the ancestral hammer. She quickly deduced a powerful Dao-will. It was as if she was swinging a towering mountain. The hammer broke the layers of whip shadows and engaged in a fierce battle with the feminine man. Both of them were half-step to empty God realm experts, and their combat strength was almost equal. However, Lin's foundation was far stronger than the feminine man's. In less than 10 breaths, Lin had gained the upper hand and gradually suppressed the feminine man's attacks. While Lin and the feminine man were engaged in a fierce battle, the war devil unleashed a palm strike across the air. The terrifying palm imprint instantly locked onto the foregone Yang family's experts, shattering their attacks and crushing them into meat patties, killing them on the spot. "Lin, don't waste time. And this quickly." Yi Qinfeng pressed his voice into Lin's ears and urged her. "Spatial black hole." Lin's pupil shrank as she used her trump card. She mobilized the powerful spatial energy to form a spatial black hole and swallowed the feminine manhole. Spatial rule, 7th level change. The feminine man did not expect Lin to have such a deep understanding of the spatial rule. He changed his move decisively and attacked the spatial black hole, not giving it a chance to swallow him. Spatial destruction. When the feminine man forcefully broke open the spatial black hole, Lin used the spatial rule 8th level change to launch a fatal attack on the feminine man. Under the attack of the spatial destruction power, the feminine man's body defense was instantly shattered. His entire body became a bloody mess. Ancestral hammer, destroy! When the feminine man was severely injured by Lin's entire body merged with the ancestral hammer. She was like a divine mountain that had fallen into the mortal world, smashing hard on the feminine man's body. "Ah!" Following that, shrill scream rang out. The feminine man's body was smashed by Lin's hammer. His soul could not escape and died on the spot. Let's go in." Yi Qinfeng used his mind to take away the feminine man's belongings. He led the war devil and Lin into the passage in the middle. Not long after, the 4 low-level virtual gods who had been following them also chose the passage in the middle and walked into the deepest part of the tomb. As they walked, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul perception picked up the sounds of fierce fighting and painful screams at the end of the passage. "Looks like we're still early." Yi Qinfeng smiled and did not slow down. He led the war devil and Lin through the passage at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the deepest part of the tomb. They saw dozens of almighties of the demon tribe fighting fiercely with 3 demons in dark, golden dragon robes. Their eyes were hollow as if they had been dead for a long time. That's... Yi Qinfeng glanced around the tomb and saw 3 open ancient coffins. One of them was sealed in the center of the tomb. However, what attracted Yi Qinfeng the most was a strange tree behind the tomb. It was more than 3 meters tall and had a lush canopy. Its trunk was green, red, and purple, and it was shrouded in a seal. There were 8 tricolored fruits on the tree that looked like hearts. Could this be the legendary heaven and earth creation fruit? Chapter 2107. Come, let's go pick the worldly creation fruits. Although there was a high chance of treasures inside the ancient coffin, Yi Qinfeng was more interested in the worldly creation fruits. If he could pick these 8 worldly creation fruits, he could use them as the main ingredient to refine the god transformation pellet. How dare you? That divine tree belongs to my brute devil tribe. Whoever dares to approach will be killed without mercy. A tall and sturdy peak ancestor devil tribe expert with explosive muscles noticed Yi Qinfeng's group flying towards the fortune fruit tree. His face sank as he summoned 2 high-grade ancestral artifacts to attack Yi Qinfeng's group. Break! Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as the 2 high-grade ancestral artifacts approached. He quickly punched out, and a terrifying fist light containing unparalleled power shattered the 2 high-grade ancestral artifacts. Then, the sound of air tearing rang out. The moment the Void God Sword Soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's Soul Sea, it tore through the chaotic space. Under the brute Devil Tribe expert's horrified gaze, the Void God Sword Soul cleaved his sturdy body into 2 halves, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Void God Sword Soul. When the 4 inferior faux gods saw that Yi Qinfeng actually managed to refine a faux god sword spirit that was as strong as a faux god tool, their expressions changed drastically, turning grave. Although the 4 of them had all broken through to the Void God realm, they did not possess a Void God artifact. The Void God Sword Soul was a great threat to them, and the slightest discomfort could cause them harm. Let's join hands and kill those 3 first. The 4 of them discussed via voice transmission. They would definitely join hands to kill Yi Qinfeng's group of 3 first before swallowing the treasures here. After coming to a decision, the 4 low-grade Void God Realm experts summoned 4 high-grade ancestral artifacts and attacked Yi Qinfeng's group. The 4 high-grade ancestral artifacts struck out at the same time, erupting with Tao intent that illuminated the entire tomb. The terrifying power seemed to want to pierce through the world, scaring many Devil Tribe experts into dodging in panic. War Demon, Zilin, quickly break the creation fruit tree's barrier. I'll deal with the 4 low-level virtual gods. Yi Qinfeng instructed via voice transmission. Then he quickly turned around and punched at the 4 top-grade ancestral artifacts with his fists, unleashing over 15 trillion gene of strength. Boom, boom, boom. For earth-shattering explosions rang out. Yi Qinfeng punched out 4 times in a row, shattering the attacks of the 4 supreme ancestral artifacts and knocking them back. What? The 4 low-level virtual gods were deeply shocked when they saw Yi Qinfeng using his bare fists to take on the 4 supreme-grade ancestral weapons. Demonic Domain. Shocked, the 4 of them simultaneously activated their powerful demonic domains, instantly enveloping Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to borrow the power of their domains to kill off Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 swords returned to origin. An earth-shattering domain of power surged over. Yi Qinfeng summoned tens of thousands of invincible divine swords, crushing the domain of power and attacking the 4 overlapping demonic domains. Boom! Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's 10,000 ancestral swords, the 4 great devil territories were forcibly blasted open. The 4 low-level virtual gods suffered a backlash, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? The 4 low-level virtual gods could not believe that Yi Qinfeng's combat strength was so terrifying that he had destroyed the 4 demonic domains in one move. Demonic sky-devouring skill. Although they were injured, the 4 low-level virtual gods did not retreat. Instead, they ignited their powerful demonic domains and summoned for devouring black holes, respectively, enveloping Yi Qinfeng. So, you're from the devouring demons. Attacked by the 4 devouring black holes, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt the divine power in his body draining away. He guessed the identities of the 4 people. That's right. If you don't want the devouring demons to take revenge on you, you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll be our enemy forever. An almighty from the devouring demons who wore a black robe with cloud patterns and dragon scale boots, with a totem tattoo on his forehead, threatened Lin Huang coldly. Is the devouring demons very powerful? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Why do I have a feeling that the devouring demons are going to be wiped out soon? Hearing Yi Qinfeng curse the devouring demons in front of everyone, the 4 low-level virtual gods were enraged. They activated the demonic sky-devouring skill to the maximum, forming two terrifying devouring forces that devoured Yi Qinfeng's divine power in a frenzy. They wanted to suck him dry. Virtual God, Sword Soul, break. Yi Qinfeng controlled his chaos dharma to suppress the divine power that was draining from his body. He then controlled the virtual God, Sword Soul, to attack the four devouring black holes. Kacha. Under the attack of the virtual God, Sword Soul, the four devouring black holes kept breaking apart. They could not threaten Yi Qinfeng at all. It's over. As the virtual God, Sword Soul, crushed the four devouring black holes, Yi Qinfeng performed the 3,000 Transformation God Punch and attacked the four low-level virtual gods. Facing the divine punch that was like a meteor shower that shattered space, the four low-level virtual gods sensed danger and instinctively wanted to dodge. Still time. However, the moment they dodged, they suddenly felt that time had stopped. Their bodies were frozen in the air by the strange time power. While they were struggling with all their might, the 3,000 Transformation God Punch engulfed them. It kept shattering the defensive trump cards that flew out of their bodies and crushed their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the two low-level virtual gods who were standing at the front exploded from the 3,000 Transformation God Punch. Although the remaining two low-level virtual gods managed to dodge the attack, their bodies were almost destroyed. They had lost the ability to fight again. Blood flight. After experiencing how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was, the two low-level virtual gods wanted to run away. However, the moment they ran away, they felt that time had stopped again. Their bodies were frozen in the air, and they could not move at all. You. Who are you exactly? The two low-level virtual gods did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so terrifying. Not only had he consolidated the virtual God Sword Soul, but he had also mastered the strange, still time rule. They fell into a panic. Dead people don't need to know who I am, Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Beams of sharp sword gleams flickered in and out of his finger sword. No, we belong to the demonic tribe. We can't kill each other. Since they could not move, the two of them mentioned the demonic tribe immediately. They begged Yi Qinfeng to spare their lives for the sake of the demonic tribe. Demonic tribe? Who said that I'm from the demonic tribe? Yi Qinfeng smirked coldly as he spoke through voice transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword gleams flickered in and out of his finger sword, drawing a long sword mark in the air. They flew toward the two low-level virtual gods from the demon devourers. Poof! Poof! The sword gleams from the invincible sword body pierced through their heads easily, crushing their souls and killing them on the spot. At that moment, the combat demon and Zilin used their powerful abilities to forcefully break the restrictive shield around the Tree of Destiny. They dug the Tree of Destiny forcefully, witnessing Yi Qinfeng killing the four low-level virtual gods. The Almighties from the demonic tribe were terrified. None of them dared to provoke Yi Qinfeng and the other two. They watched as Yi Qinfeng uprooted the Tree of Destiny and put it away in the universe mirror. I wonder what's in the ancient coffin. After obtaining the precious Tree of Destiny, Yi Qinfeng looked at the ancient coffin that was placed in the middle of the tomb. It was shrouded in a powerful restrictive shield. Roar! 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 Seeing Yi Qinfeng and the other two walking toward the ancient coffin, the three demonic barbarians with terrifying abilities roared ferociously and attacked them. Swoosh! Before the three half-step virtual god demonic barbarians could get close, the virtual god sword Soul slashed at them under the control of Yi Qinfeng's mind. The sword pierced through their bodies and destroyed their energy source, killing them instantly. Get lost if you don't want to die. I'll kill anyone who stays here. Yi Qinfeng did not start a massacre. Instead, he glanced at the barbarian demon race's experts and warned them coldly, don't worry. Chapter 2108. Open! After ordering the demon race experts to retreat, Yi Qinfeng came to the side of the ancient coffin. Relying on his powerful strength, he tore open the ancient coffin's restriction and lifted the coffin lid that weighed several billion gene. Not good. The moment the coffin lid was lifted, Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses suddenly detected danger. An extremely sharp demonic light flew out of the ancient coffin and struck Yi Qinfeng's body at an extremely fast speed. It left a shallow wound on the desolate body that was comparable to a void god artifact. In the next moment, a surge of demonic qi gushed out of the ancient coffin. This demonic qi was so strong that it instantly dyed the entire space black. It transformed into various demonic faces that clamored at Yi Qinfeng and the other two. Celestial Devil Emperor. He is one of the 4 grand elders of the Celestial Devil clan, the Celestial Devil Emperor. Looking at the fiendish man in the black, demonic dragon battle armor, who was slowly sitting up, the battle demon recognized him with a single glance. He was one of the 4 grand elders of the Celestial Devil clan, the late Void God Realm's Celestial Devil Emperor. However, the Celestial Devil Emperor in front of them was already dead. Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 were facing a demonic Ba refined from the Celestial Devil Emperor's body. "N, the 2 of you are not from my demon race." The Celestial Devil Emperor's eyes that were flowing with demonic light swept across Yi Qinfeng and Zilin. He could sense their bloodline inheritance as he spoke ferociously. "So what? You are just a dead person. You want to protect the treasure in your body." Although the demonic Ba refined from the Celestial Devil Emperor's body was terrifying, it was not dangerous to Yi Qinfeng. Furthermore, Yi Qinfeng could clearly sense a very powerful energy sealed in the demonic Ba's body. This energy was most likely the treasure that the demonic Ba had guarded for countless years. "Kill!" The demonic light that burst out from the Celestial Devil Emperor's eyes suddenly became sharp. He roared and wielded the demonic dragon sword. He slashed out a sword light that was like a heavenly waterfall towards Yi Qinfeng. Primordial blood, burn! Yi Qinfeng instantly ignited his primordial blood in the face of the heavenly waterfall sword light. He smashed the heavenly waterfall sword light with a single punch and engaged in a fierce battle with the Celestial Devil Emperor. "War Devil, Zilin, hurry up and check. See if there are any other treasures here." While they were fighting, Yi Qinfeng sent a message to the War Devil and Zilin. "All right." War Demon, Zilin nodded. She kept breaking one coiling dragon pillar after another, looking for other treasures. Demonic Domain. After a fierce battle, the Celestial Devil Emperor could no longer withstand Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks. He immediately opened up the Celestial Devil Domain, hoping to use the domain's power to severely injure Yi Qinfeng. "I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of a domain." Yi Qinfeng was surprised to be attacked by the Celestial Demonic Domain. However, after burning his primordial blood, his physical body strength was close to 250 trillion gene. He ignored the Celestial Demonic Domain's attack and tore through the domain's power, continuing to attack the Celestial Demonic Monarch. He sent the Celestial Devil Emperor flying again and again, aggravating his injuries. Heavenly Demon 8 Extreme Arts. Since the Heavenly Demon Domain couldn't restrain Yi Qinfeng, the Celestial Devil Emperor used his ultimate move. In an instant, 8 Celestial Devil Phantoms appeared and sealed the space around Yi Qinfeng. At the same time, he used the Celestial Devil clan's inherited ability to deal a fatal blow to Yi Qinfeng. Chaos Domain. Facing the Celestial Devil Emperor's Heavenly Demon 8 Extreme Arts, Yi Qinfeng instantly opened up the Chaos Domain and shrouded the 8 Celestial Devil Phantoms. As Yi Qinfeng's strength increased, so did the Chaos Domain's power. Facing the 50 trillion gene Chaos Domain's attack, the 8 Celestial Devil Phantoms shattered before they could even reach Yi Qinfeng. Die. After breaking the Heavenly Demon 8 Extreme Arts, Yi Qinfeng merged the Chaos Domain into his body and blasted out the everlasting chaos. attacking the celestial devil emperor and shattering his body. What kind of energy is this? When the celestial devil emperor's body shattered, Yi Qinfeng found a ball of sealed energy in his body. When he broke the seal, a powerful divine energy spread out. Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow. This seems to be the legendary Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow. Zilin, who had just obtained a divine jade from a coiled dragonstone pillar, sensed the powerful divine energy fluctuation and immediately flew over. When she saw the dark, golden, viscous, bone-like energy in Yi Qinfeng's hand, she was pleasantly surprised. Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow. Yi Qinfeng had heard of the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow and knew that the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow was the energy that had been nurtured by the origin energy for countless years. The value of each drop was immeasurable, and such a large ball of Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow could probably be exchanged for a divine weapon of fortune. The fruit of fortune can be refined into the God-transforming pill, and this Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow should be able to refine the heaven-seizing pill. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect to have such a harvest in the devil world. He immediately summoned an extremely valuable warm jade bottle and stored the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow inside. Crack! When the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow entered the warm jade bottle, the bottle couldn't bear the weight of the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow and suddenly shattered. Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to control the cosmos mirror and seal the Mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow inside. Sigh, maybe I really shouldn't have let those people go. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect the treasures in the heavenly devil ruins to be so precious. He regretted letting the devil race experts leave with the treasures in the ancient coffins. Let's go. We'll leave this place and continue to the Thousand Zhang Devil Mountain. After plundering the other treasures in the tomb, Yi Qinfeng didn't stay long. He immediately left with the war devil and Zilin, flying directly toward the Thousand Zhang Devil Mountain. About 7 days later, Yi Qinfeng's group flew into the territory of the devouring devil race. From afar, they saw a devil mountain that looked like a wall of heaven piercing the clouds, covering millions of miles. At the foot of the towering Thousand Zhang Devil Mountain that reached into the clouds, there was an extremely large and bustling city. As the sky gradually darkened, Yi Qinfeng's group decided to rest for the night in the city. The next morning, they would enter the Thousand Zhang Devil Mountain and charge into the devouring devil race. Ah, so many beautiful hairpins and hair clips. Wait for me, I'll go buy some. Walking on the bustling streets of the Thousand Devil City, Zilin saw a stall full of hairpins, hair clips, and other accessories. Her eyes immediately lit up. Zilin, have you forgotten what you look like? You're an old man now. An old man doesn't need hairpins and hair clips. Yi Qinfeng was a little speechless. So what if I'm an old man? I'm an old man with a young girl's heart. I'm willing. Zilin rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. She came to the stall, and under the astonished gaze of the stall owner, she picked out the hairpins and hair clips she liked. No, I beg you, let me go. I'm still young. While Yi Qinfeng and the war devil were waiting helplessly, a mournful scream entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Through the sound, Yi Qinfeng saw a young and beautiful woman with tattered clothes and disheveled hair. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was paralyzed on the ground, struggling and screaming at the same time. Mother asterisk her, it's your good fortune that young Master Gongyang has taken a liking to you. A tall and sturdy man cursed. If you don't obey, do you believe that I won't slaughter your entire family right now? Get up and come with us. If you serve young Master Gongyang well, there will be benefits for you. If you don't serve him well, your family will meet again in the Yellow Springs. Gongyang, Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that the Gongyang family was a family in the Thousand Devil City. Thinking about the treasures in the 3 ancient coffins in the Heavenly Devil Clan's tomb, he decided to take a look at the Gongyang family. Under the threat of the tall and sturdy man, the woman felt despair and fear. Finally, she accepted her fate and crawled up from the ground. Like a walking corpse, She followed the tall and sturdy man to the Gong-yang family mansion. Chapter 2109. Be smart when you go in later. If you make Master unhappy, be careful of your family's lives. A burly expert with thick hair warned her coldly when they arrived at the heavily guarded mansion of the Gong-yang family that was shrouded in a powerful, restrictive shield. I know. Although the lady had foreseen her fate, she knew that she was powerless to fight back. In order to protect her family's lives, she could only let Master Gong-yang do whatever he wanted. As she thought about it, 2 streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She looked pitiful. Why are you crying? Your father is not dead yet. If you continue crying, don't blame me for breaking your father's neck, the burly man warned her fiercely. Swish! As soon as he finished his words, a sharp sword radiance appeared out of nowhere and chopped off his neck. A large amount of blood splattered out. Ah! Looking at the decapitated burly man, the young lady turned pale with fright and screamed. All right, little girl, run for your life. Leave the Gong-yang family to us. Lin gave the young lady a bottle of elixir pills. With a slight flick of her wrist, she sent the young lady a few miles away. Yi Qinfeng knocked out several experts of the Gong-yang family with a palm strike and broke the restrictive shield that shrouded the Gong-yang family mansion. He then brought the war demon and Lin into the chaotic Gong-yang family mansion. How dare you? Who are you? Why did you barge into the Gong-yang family mansion? Looking at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 who had barged into the mansion, several experts of the Gong-yang family appeared in the front yard and surrounded the 3 of them. I'm here to take back what belongs to me, Yi Qinfeng said nonchalantly with his hands behind his back. It's you! Suddenly a panicked voice was heard. Several experts who had just returned to the Gong-yang family mansion recognized Yi Qinfeng and the other 2. 5th Elder, who are they? The half-step to empty god realm family head, who was wearing a black robe with a skull pattern on it, glanced at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 and asked coldly. He was skinny and had a beard around his mouth. There was a demonic tattoo on his forehead. They're the ones who killed the 4 empty god devourer demons. 5th Elder Gong-yang said fearfully. It's them. After knowing Yi Qinfeng's identity, the patriarch of the Gong-yang family was not afraid. He believed that with the help of the powerful ancestral land of the Gong-yang family, they could deal with any trouble. Moreover, there was a Grand Supreme Elder who had just broken through to mid-level virtual god. How dare you kill a virtual god from the devouring demon clan? You must be tired of living. Family head Gong-yang reprimanded them domineeringly. Don't say so many useless things. Hand over the treasures you obtained from the heavenly fiend ruins. Don't waste time. Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. You think I'll hand it over just because you said so? Do you think you are clan leader Gmo? Clan head Gong-yang coldly snorted. Even if the 9 demon gods were here, I would still dare to say that. Yi Qinfeng had the support of the primordial dragon god. Even if the 9 demon gods came, they would not be a threat. Chengfeng, they're just a bunch of trash. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Since they don't want to hand it over, then just kill them all. Lin, who was extremely murderous, said, That's right. There's no need for such a small family to exist. Although the Gong-yang family was a big family in Thousand Demon City, they were insignificant in the eyes of the war demon. All right, I'll leave them to you. Yi Qinfeng said with his hands behind his back. Kill. Lin's face darkened. The returning ancestral hammer appeared in her hand. She smashed it out, shattering the space. The terrifying power directly smashed the 3 almighty figures of the Gaon clan into meat paste. They couldn't be more dead. Dong! 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 The moment Lin made her move, a deafening sound of a bell rang throughout the entire Gong-yang family mansion. A large number of experts of the Gong-yang family rushed to the front courtyard and sealed the space. A huge array diagram slowly emerged in midair and enveloped the entire space. Ancestral bloodline power merge. The space was sealed. Family head Gongyang instantly merged with the ancestral bloodline power and forcefully raised his strength to low-level virtual god. He then summoned the Gongyang family treasure, a dragon head sword that was a pseudo-virtual god weapon, and slashed at Zilin and the war demon. The dragon head sword stirred up hundreds of billions of pounds of force as it slashed down. The war demon waved its heaven-shaking halberd to meet the attack. Dong! The two divine weapons clashed together and formed a strong, rebounding force. After receiving the attack from the war demon, the dragon head sword was immediately shaken off. The divine runes that appeared on the halberd forcefully cracked the blade of the dragon head sword. Virtual god weapon. Feeling the heaven-shaking halberd's power, family head Gongyang was shocked. He did not expect the war demon to possess a virtual god weapon that could destroy the heavens and earth. Just as he was shocked, the war demon held the heaven-shaking halberd and smashed it down like a towering mountain. The terrifying halberd's shadow pierced through the sky and locked onto family head Gongyang, forcing him to use his dragon head sword to defend. Puff! Family head Gongyang felt his body tremble as a large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably. He kept retreating. Grand Elder, save me. Family head Gongyang did not expect the war demon's combat strength to be so terrifying. Even with the help of the ancestral bloodline power, he could not contend against it. He immediately shouted for help. While he was asking for help, clouds of blood mist kept appearing in the Gongyang family residence. Under Zilin's bloody attacks, the experts from the Gongyang family kept losing their lives. The entire Gongyang family residence became a living hell. Stop! When the Gongyang family was being slaughtered by Zilin and the war demon, a furious roar was heard. The Grand Elder of the Gongyang family, who had just broken through to the mid-level virtual god realm, appeared. He merged with the powerful ancestral bloodline power and launched a fatal attack at Zilin. Time stop! Seeing the terrifying lightning attack engulfing Zilin, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared beside Zilin and stopped time. He stopped Grand Elder Gongyang's fatal attack in midair. What? Grand Elder Gongyang's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the fatal attack that he had launched stopped. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of him and launched a punch at his chest. With a punch, the space in front of Grand Elder Gongyang instantly shattered. The terrifying fist radiance with unparalleled destructive power bombarded Grand Elder Gongyang's body and sent him flying. Just as his body was sent flying, the flow of time around him stopped again. Then, Yi Qinfeng took a step in the air. The jumbo footprint, which was filled with the power of billions of kilograms, stomped on Grand Elder Gongyang's body, causing him to collapse from midair to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out from his body. Grand Elder. The Gongyang family head did not expect that his biggest reliance, the mid-level virtual god Grand Elder, was no match for Yi Qinfeng. He fell into a panic. While he was distracted, the war demon continuously used the war demon clan's inherited divine powers to attack the Gongyang family head. He was severely injured and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. You. Who are you? What grudge do you have with the Gongyang family? Grand Elder Gongyang asked loudly, his heart trembling in the face of an undefeatable enemy. Go to hell and think about it yourself. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng stopped time around Grand Elder Gongyang once again. He summoned the virtual god Sword Soul and launched a series of fatal attacks at him. Chapter 2110. 3 Empyrean Demon Fruits. Yi Qinfeng had obtained 3 Empyrean Demon Fruits after killing the great elder of the Gaon clan. He had obtained the fruits from the Empyrean Demon clan's ruins. Yi Qinfeng had obtained many other good things from the Gaon clan aside from the Empyrean Demon Fruits. The Gaon clan had forcefully taken these things over the years. Let's go. Let's go to the Devouring Demon clan. Yi Qinfeng felt no pity for destroying the Gaon clan at all. In his opinion, a malignant clan like that should have been destroyed long ago. Zilin, this Empyrean demon fruit is for you. War demon, these too are for you. The Empyrean demon fruits were useless to Yi Qinfeng, but they were extremely useful to Zilin and the war demon. He was not stingy and directly gave them to the two of them. While the Thousand Devil City was in chaos, Yi Qinfeng and the other two quickly flew into the 1,000 feet Devil Mountain. Relying on their absolute strength, they continuously passed through the restrictions of the 1,000 feet Devil Mountain and flew towards the ancestral land of the devil-devouring clan that was built in the depths of the 1,000 feet Devil Mountain. The restrictions in the 1,000 Zhang Devil Mountain were being broken one after another, alarming the gobbling devil race. Many of the gobbling devil races Almighties rode on powerful demonic beasts and appeared in the 1,000 Zhang Devil Mountain to stop Yi Qinfeng and Jiangqin. Kill! Yi Qinfeng and the other two did not show any mercy when facing the powerful devouring demon tribes Almighties. They unleashed their most powerful killer moves and continuously killed the devouring demon tribes Almighties and their demonic beast mounts. Roar! 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 As Yi Qinfeng and the other two slaughtered, deafening tiger roars rang out. A stooped old man wearing a black robe appeared. His eyes shone with a demonic light as he rode on a demonic tiger that was nearly 10 meters long. It was covered in black fur and had the word King flashing on its forehead. He blocked Yi Qinfeng and the other two. The old man rode on the demonic tiger as he stared coldly at Yi Qinfeng and the other two. He questioned them coldly. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the territory of the devouring demon clan and killed my people? We can come whenever we want. Do we need your permission? Zilin replied in an overbearing manner. Sigh, it seems like many people have forgotten how terrifying we are after the disappearance of the devouring demon clan for more than 100,000 years. The old man in black robe sighed softly and said with a murderous intent, 10th Elder, kill them. The devouring demon experts looked at Yi Qinfeng and the other two ferociously as they spoke in unison. Fine, I don't care who you are. Since you killed members of my demon-devouring clan, you must die. The 10th Elder's hunchbacked demon clan suddenly. The 10th Elder's hunchbacked demon clans, hunchbacked demon clans, hunchbacked demon clans suddenly. Mighty 10th Elder, let them know the power of the devouring demons. It's just a low-level virtual god. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Although empty gods were the peak existences in the void god world and had the terrifying strength to destroy the lower realms, as Yi Qinfeng broke through to the middle empty god realm, the lower empty gods were no different from children before him. He took a step forward, and the time within a 1-kilometer radius around him froze. The hunchbacked old man, who was brimming with energy, also froze on the spot. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 4 great Tao insights and fused them with 15 trillion kilograms of strength to form an enormous hand that covered the sky and blotted out the sun. It developed peerless killing intent as it smashed down like a divine mountain towards the stooped old man that was immobile and had a grim expression. Boom! The ground beneath the hunchbacked old man's feet instantly caved in. His hunchbacked body was crushed into minced meat by Yi Qinfeng's sky-covering hand. His soul was also shattered and he died on the spot. Ku, seeing the hunchbacked old man, who was a low-level virtual god, killed by Yi Qinfeng, the demon-devouring tribesmen who had been clamoring earlier, were scared out of their wits. Gasps and gulps of saliva could be heard in the silent space. Hee, weren't you guys shouting earlier? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Zilin laughed in disdain. Come, shout a few times for me. Whoever shouts better, and I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll spare his life. Let's go! Seeing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, the demon-devouring tribesmen did not dare to stay any longer. They wanted to escape back to the demon-devouring tribe to report the news. Suddenly, the demon-devouring tribesmen froze. No matter how hard they tried to fight back, they could not break the frozen space. They could only watch as Yi Qin-feng got closer and closer. Streaks of sharp sword gleams intertwined and killed them one by one. After killing the almighties of the demon-devouring tribesmen who were blocking him, Yi Qin-feng took their belongings and continued to fly deeper into the demon mountain with Zilin and the war demon. Buzz! 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 When Yi Qin-feng and the other two arrived at the deepest part of the demon mountain, they suddenly felt the space tremble violently. Poisonous bugs that covered the sky flew towards them. However, Yi Qin-feng executed the power of time to stop the bugs in midair, and they could not move. Destruction of space. As Zilin executed the power of destruction of space, the bugs that were frozen in midair died one after another. They could not affect Yi Qin-feng and the other two at all. Soon, Yi Qin-feng and the other two arrived at the deepest part of the demon mountain. Outside the demon-devouring tribe's ancestral land, they were blocked by a powerful seal. In the sky above the seal, there was a huge formation map. Through the aura that leaked out from the formation map, Yi Qin-feng could feel that the formation map was connected to the demon-devouring tribe's ancestral land. Its power was comparable to a void god weapon. Wait for me here. I'm going to break this formation map. Although the formation map before them was very powerful, Yi Qin-feng, who possessed the desolation body, was not afraid. He flew up into the void and approached the huge formation map that was flowing with mysterious runes. Rumble. Sensing Yi Qin-feng's approach, the formation map suddenly went berserk. Powerful offensive runes emerged from the formation map and released thunderous roars that blasted towards Yi Qin-feng. Desolation Zone. Thousands of offensive runes attacked. Yi Qin-feng instantly opened up the Desolation Zone. Borrowing the power of the zone, he constantly shattered the offensive runes that were attacking him. Desolation Fist Break. A large number of offensive runes were shattered by the Desolation Zone. Yi Qin-feng immediately merged with the power of the Desolation Zone. His strength instantly exceeded 100 trillion gene of force. With a single punch, the heavens and earth changed. With a destructive force that resembled the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger, the terrifying fist landed on the huge formation. It created a huge hole in the formation that had been fused with the power of the ancestral formation, shattering several thousand foundation stones. He threw a punch at the huge formation, and the great force caused the entire formation to tremble violently, alarming the entire devouring demon's clan. Powerful. Qin-feng's current combat strength is too terrifying. Witnessing the power of Yi Qin-feng's punch, Zilin and the war demon were stunned. They felt that even if they gave it their all, they would not be able to withstand Yi Qin-feng's Desolation Fist. After the first punch, Yi Qin-feng merged with the Desolation Zone and blasted out 3 more punches. The terrifying fist radiance shattered everything, including the formation map and the seal that enveloped the demon-devouring tribe. Let's go. Let's go in. Chapter 2111. Zhan Yu, how could it be you? You're not dead. When Yi Qin-feng and the other two barged into the devouring demon tribe, a low-level empty god elder in a black robe who was riding a strange bird recognized the war demon. He was surprised. Why, are you surprised? How could a mere human sovereign kill me? The war demon said shamelessly, Zhan Yu, my devouring demon clan doesn't have any deep enmity with your war demon clan. Why did you kill my clansmen and come to my devouring demon clan to cause trouble? The black-robed elder was even more furious after confirming the identity of the war demon. Because I don't think there's a need for the devouring demon tribe to exist anymore. The war demon held a shocking halberd that was wrapped in a black gold chain and attacked the elder in the black robe. They fought fiercely in the void. While the two empty gods were fighting, 2 Tao diagrams that looked like red suns appeared in the chaotic, devouring demon tribe. They sealed the entire space and sealed the devouring demon tribe. In the next moment, 6 empty gods with terrifying auras appeared in the devouring demon tribe. 2 of them had auras that were even more powerful than Yi Qinfeng's. Clearly, the 2 of them were advanced empty gods. I didn't expect the devouring demon tribe to have such a background. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the 6 empty god almighties who had suddenly appeared. There was no trace of fear on his handsome face. With his current strength, he could fight against a mighty in the exceptional stage of empty god realm. A mere mighty in the late stage of empty god realm was no longer a threat to him. Young man, I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't have provoked the devouring demon tribe. An elder in a black robe who was not tall but gave off a dangerous vibe said coldly, "There's only one outcome for provoking the devouring demon tribe, and that's death." As he spoke, the advanced empty god appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng as if he had teleported. He stretched out his skinny right hand and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng's chest. The withered old hand reached out, and Yi Qinfeng quickly ignited his primordial bloodline. He quickly punched out, and his fist collided with the old man's right hand. Close to 5 trillion gene of strength erupted. Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt as though he was a clay ox sinking into the sea when the surging power was swallowed by a mysterious force in the elder's body. Yi Qinfeng was forced to take 3 steps back, but he was not hurt at all. The surging power was swallowed by a mysterious force in the elder's body. Yi Qinfeng took 3 steps back, but he was not hurt. Interesting, the devouring demon clan's methods are indeed not simple. Yi Qinfeng did not expect the devouring power of the devouring demon race to be so strong. They could even devour a force that was close to 25 billion pounds. He immediately changed his move. The virtual god sword soul flew out of his sea of soul and turned into a black streak of light. It intertwined with a sky-piercing sword force and slashed towards the late-stage empty god realm elder at an extremely fast speed. When the faux god sword soul chopped down, the old man immediately opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black, demonic skull embedded with several gems. The demonic skull opened its terrifying mouth and forcefully broke the faux god sword soul's attack. Buzz! 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 While Yi Qinfeng was fighting with the late-stage empty god realm elder, a few empty god realm masters from the devouring demon tribe opened up their powerful realms and enveloped Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to use the power of the realms to kill Yi Qinfeng. Chaos realm, sword realm. Facing the attacks of the 5 realms, Yi Qinfeng immediately merged his god's heart and chaotic celestial appearance and raised his strength to the peak of the late-stage empty god realm. He activated the power of the 2 realms and forcefully shattered the suppression of the 5 realms. He then summoned the universal sword and attacked the late-stage empty god realm elder. He wanted to kill him quickly. With a stab, Yi Qinfeng activated his unparalleled sword principle. Streaks of sword radiance shot out like a venomous snake. They forcefully repelled the demonic skull's attack and attacked the late-stage empty god realm elder. Devouring sky demonic skill. Facing the streaks of sword radiance that could pierce through the void, the late-stage empty god realm elder ignited his powerful bloodline power and formed 3 devouring vortexes in his body. He frantically devoured the sword force that broke through his body and weakened Yi Qinfeng's attack to the extreme. With the 5 realms broken, the 5 empty god realm masters from the devouring demon tribe immediately summoned their ancestral artifacts, pseudo-empty god artifacts, and a mountain-shaped empty god artifact to attack Yi Qinfeng. Time stop! Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to be hit by the 5 treasures, he suddenly activated the rules of time and stopped the space around him. He froze the 5 treasures, and the late-stage empty god realm elder's expression changed drastically. Although the late-stage empty god realm elder relied on his absolute strength to break free from the effects of time stop, Yi Qinfeng seized the opportunity to stab at him. Facing such a fast sword attack, the late-stage empty god realm elder had no time to dodge. He could only summon the demonic skull to block in front of his chest and take on Yi Qinfeng's fatal attack head-on. Chaos territory, sword territory, merge into my body! When his sword was blocked by the Devil Skull, Yi Qinfeng immediately relied on the strength of the Desolation physique to fuse with the two domains, raising his battle prowess to the maximum. He activated the mysterious divine patterns on the Universal Origin sword and pierced through the Devil Skull into the chest of the late Nihility God Realm Old Man. Let's see how much energy you can devour. Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. More than 100 billion gene of energy merged into the late-stage empty God Realm Elder's body. The terrifying energy instantly broke the demonic sky-devouring skill and broke the late-stage empty God Realm Elder's body. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Grand Elder. The late-stage empty God Realm Elder was injured. The 5 empty gods attacked at the same time, breaking the time stop and attacking Yi Qinfeng. They did not want to give him a chance to kill the late-stage empty God Realm Elder. Humph! How dare you come close to me? When the 5 empty gods attacked, Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. He sealed the space around him again. Instantly, 2 low-stage empty gods and 2 intermediate-stage empty gods lost their ability to move. Ancestral swords. Then, Yi Qinfeng soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of invincible divine swords intertwined and launched a fatal attack on the 4 empty gods. Poof! Poof! Explode! The chaos territory merged into Yi Qinfeng's body. Yi Qinfeng quickly threw out 2 punches at the 2 intermediate-stage empty gods who were covered in wounds and looked terrified. Poof! Poof! Under the attack of the fist radiance that was more than 100 billion gene, the demonic sky-devouring skill that the 2 intermediate-stage empty gods had unleashed was broken. The terrifying fist radiance shattered their physical bodies. Virtual God, Sword Soul, slash! Just as the 2 intermediate-stage empty god souls were about to escape, the virtual god Sword Soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul. It created a sword shadow that was tens of thousands of feet long. It crushed the 2 intermediate-stage empty gods' souls instantly, killing them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng had killed 4 empty gods. His terrifying combat strength shocked the gobbling demons tribe. The 2 advanced-stage empty gods were terrified. Kacha kacha! The 2 of them quickly took out 2 communication pearls and crushed them. They sent a message to the gobbling demons tribe's leader, the guardian divine beast of the gobbling demons tribe, and the only surviving Grand Supreme Elder who was in closed-door cultivation in the ancestral land. Roar! Roar! Ferocious roars were heard in the forbidden land of the gobbling demons tribe. After receiving the message from the Grand Supreme Elder and Grand Supreme Elder, a Tao-Tai that was cultivating in the ancestral land appeared. It was the size of a hill, had the body of a goat, sharp horns, eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth, human claws, and a huge mouth. Demonic beast Tao-Tai. Looking at the gigantic demonic beast before him, Yi Qinfeng recognized it at first glance. It was one of the most powerful demonic beasts in ancient times, the Tao-Tai. When it was mature, its actual combat strength was no weaker than Hundan. I've underestimated the gobbling demons tribe. However, the Tao-Tai alone won't be able to change your fate. Yi Qinfeng said in an overbearing manner. With a thought, he summoned the Chaos Divine Beast that had devoured a large number of Chaos Divine fruits and possessed combat strength of intermediate virtual god. Chapter 2112. Roar! Roar! Looking at the Chaos Divine Beast that suddenly appeared beside Yi Qinfeng, the demonic beast Tao-Tai left its mouth and roared ferociously at the Chaos Divine Beast. Oh my god, it's the Tao-Tai! Looking at the Tao-Tai, the Chaos Divine Beast's little round eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Chaos, the combat strength of the Tao-Tai has reached the peak of late empty god. I'll ask Demon to help you. The chaotic divine beast's combat power was obviously not as strong as Tao Tai's. Yi Qinfeng had a thought and summoned the evil god who was at the later stage of the empty god realm. He got them to work together and attack Tao Tai. They fought fiercely in midair. No, as the chaos divine beast, demon, and the Tao Tai were fighting fiercely, a terrified cry was heard. The war devil controlled the black and gold chains to bind the low-level, ethereal god realm old man in a black robe. The long spear in its hand slashed down, splitting the old man's head and shattering his soul, killing him on the spot. In addition to the empty god almighty that Yi Qinfeng had killed at the beginning, the devouring demon clan had lost 6 empty god almighties. This shook the devouring demon clan's foundation. How dare you come to the devouring demon clan and kill our almighties? When the war demon killed the old man in the black robe, a furious roar was heard. The terrifying sound shook the air and exploded continuously, creating a strong airflow. Humph! It's just 2 almighties at late empty god almighties. The devouring demon clan is nothing more than that. Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile as he looked at the 2 black-robed old men who appeared together with him. These 2 old men gave off a strong devouring power and looked like demonic gods. You're courting death. The clan leader of the devouring demon clan, Sky Devouring God, who was an almighty at late empty god almighty, roared. He quickly deduced a strong Tao will and formed 4 devouring black suns. They attacked Yi Qinfeng, aiming to kill him. 3,000 god-transforming fist. As the 4 devouring black suns attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately blasted out 3,000 god-transforming fists, which covered the entire space. Boom! 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 The divine fist, which contained a force of nearly 5 trillion kilograms, clashed violently with the 4 devouring black suns in midair. The sky-devouring god hurriedly circulated the sky-devouring demonic art. Although the 4 devouring black suns were terrifying, they were unable to devour the 3,000 god-transforming fists. They were constantly smashed apart and finally shattered. Devourer, let's use the power of the ancestral vein to destroy him. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng was not simple, Tan Wangu, the only remaining great elder of the demon-devouring clan, transmitted his voice to him with a solemn expression. All right, the ancestral bloodline was one of the devouring demon tribe's trump cards. The devouring sky god could devour the ancient and ancient times, and when combined with the powerful ancestral bloodline, the devouring demon tribe could instantly possess the combat strength of a complete empty god, which was enough to deal with great threats. Open the ancestral vein. The heaven-devouring god summoned an ancient formation plate and opened the seal on the ancestral vein. It released a powerful ancestral vein power and fused into its body. In the blink of an eye, devouring sky god and devouring Wangu's battle prowess had reached the great perfection of the Nihility god realm. The 2 elders of the devouring devil tribe who had been injured by Yi Qinfeng had also reached the peak of the Nihility god realm after merging with their ancestral bloodlines. Is it useful to fuse the power of the ancestral vein? Although the battle prowess of the 4 elders had increased by nearly 100 times, Yi Qinfeng still did not show any fear on his face. It's enough to kill you. Tan Wangu, whose face was full of wrinkles and grayish-brown spots and who was holding a snake-headed walking stick, said in a hoarse voice. He took a step forward and traversed thousands of meters in an instant. He appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and activated his powerful devouring territory to launch a ferocious attack on Yi Qinfeng. As the devouring territory surged toward him, a 5-colored light shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. Subsequently, the temperature of the devouring territory increased exponentially. Before the devouring territory could touch Yi Qinfeng's body, it was melted by the blazing 5-colored divine fire. Phoenix God, I'll leave him to you, Yi Qinfeng said softly as he pointed at Tan Wangu, who was being forced back by the Phoenix God fire. All right, I'll be able to kill him in, at most, 30 minutes. Although they were both exceptional empty god realm almighties, the Phoenix god had refined the chaos divine fire. Her battle prowess was almost at the pinnacle of exceptional empty god realm almighties. She was far stronger than Tan Wangu, who had fused with the power of the ancestral vein and forcibly raised his strength. Screech! With a long screech, the Phoenix god transformed into her most powerful battle form. She summoned the Demon Emperor Divine Bell and charged toward Tan Wangu. In the blink of an eye, Tan Wangu was suppressed by the Phoenix god and was forced to retreat. Phoenix god. Although Tan Wangu rarely ventured out, he recognized the Phoenix god and could not help but reveal a solemn expression. Let's work together to kill that brat first. Although the Phoenix god was terrifying, she could not kill Tan Wangu in a short period of time. Tan Wangu was prepared to seize this opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng before dealing with Yi Qinfeng. Ancestor Dragon God, I'll leave everything to you. As Tan Wangu and the other two attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Ancestor Dragon God, who had been stabilizing his realm in the universe realm. Ka. As soon as the Ancestor Dragon God appeared, Tan Wangu and the other two combined their 3 domains and bombarded the Ancestor Dragon God. Tan Wangu and the other two merged with the power of their ancestral veins and raised their domains to the maximum. However, when they bombarded the Ancestor Dragon God's body, they could not shake him at all. Roar, roar, roar. The primordial Dragon God opened his mouth slightly, and a deafening roar rang out from his mouth. Like an erupting volcano, it directly shattered the domain of devouring the heaven-devouring god and the others and sent them flying. A peak void god realm expert. After experiencing the terror of the Ancestor Dragon God, Tan Wangu and the other two elders were shocked. They did not expect that Yi Qinfeng would not only have the protection of the Phoenix God, but also an even more terrifying peak void god realm expert, who stood at the peak of the void god realm. Retreat. After being dispersed by the roar of the Ancestor Dragon God, Tan Wangu wanted to retreat. He decisively led the other two elders and fled to the ancestral land of the devouring demons. While the 3 of them were fleeing, the primordial Dragon God gently raised his right hand, instantly conjuring a terrifyingly powerful primordial dragon phantom. With a speed several hundred times faster than the speed of light, the phantom attacked the fleeing trio. Bam! The second elder, who had merged with the powerful ancestral veins and raised his strength to the peak of the late void god realm, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the rock dragon's shadow. His body shook and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. Thump! Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw the original dragon god killing the late void god realm almighty with one strike. Tan Wangu, who was completely suppressed by the Phoenix god, and Tao Tai, who was fighting fiercely with the chaos divine beast and the evil god, both showed fear. They decisively abandoned their opponents, burned their own blood and chi, and used their strongest escape cards to escape to the ancestral land. Swish! Seeing that Tan Wangu, who was at the peak of the empty god realm, was trying to escape, the Ancestor Dragon God took 3 steps forward and blocked Tan Wangu's path. Demonic Sky-Devouring Skill. Blocked by the Ancestor Dragon God, Tan Wangu pushed the demonic Sky-Devouring skill to the extreme. He instantly formed 9 black suns and attacked the Ancestor Dragon God, trying to force him to retreat. However, the Ancestor Dragon God, who was at the peak of the empty god realm, was too terrifying. He gently waved his arm and the entire space collapsed. The terrifying power shattered the 9 black suns and slammed into Tan Wangu's body. It broke his body's defense and sent him crashing to the ground from midair. His body was almost crushed. Chaos divine would devour. Tan Wangu was injured by the Ancestor Dragon God's palm. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Chaos Divine would to suppress Tan Wangu's body and devour his divine power. No. Tun Wangu roared in despair as he was devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood. He attacked the Chaos Divine Wood with all his might. At this moment, the ancestor dragon god slammed his palm down on Tun Wangu's body and restrained him. Soon, the defenseless Tun Wangu was devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood and turned into a dried corpse. The Chaos Divine Wood then formed 5 Chaos Divine Fruits. Let's go to the devouring devil ancestral land. Chapter 21:13. What is that? Yi Chin Fong and the rest tore through the layers of restrictions and arrived at the ancestral land of the devouring fiend. They discovered that the skies above the ancestral land of the devouring fiend had suddenly changed. A thick black fog filled the air, and within the black fog they could vaguely see a huge diagram that was devouring everything. Devouring Fiend Diagram, the defining treasure of the devouring fiend race. The war demon had a certain understanding of the devouring fiend race. Through the black fog, he could see that the diagram was the defining treasure of the devouring fiend race. It was extremely powerful. Ching Fong, all of you back off. Leave the devouring fiend diagram to this old man. The primordial dragon god felt that the devouring fiend diagram and the devouring fiend ancestral vein had long merged into one. It could continuously borrow the power of the ancestral vein to attack. He did not want Yi Chin Fong and the rest to take the risk and face it alone. Those who offend the devouring fiend race will be killed without mercy. A ruthless and cruel voice resounded from the depths of the devouring fiend ancestral vein. The devouring sky god, Tao Tai, and the rest appeared in the chaotic, devouring fiend ancestral vein. Behind them were hundreds of powerhouses that were bound by the light of restrictions and could not move. These powerhouses were from the human race, the ancient race, the demon race, the celestial race, and even the devil race. Blood sacrifice. In order to kill Yi Chin Fong and the rest, the devouring sky god had sacrificed the hundreds of captive powerhouses, using their blood to strengthen the devouring fiend diagram. Woo, woo, woo! After fusing with the boundless blood, the devouring fiend diagram's power increased again. A bone-chilling, ghostly cry resounded from the devouring fiend diagram as it evolved into a strange phenomenon. Ing-ing-ing! As the devouring fiend diagram's power increased, a deafening dragon roar resounded from the primordial dragon god's body. A 10,000-foot-long phantom of the primordial ancestral dragon broke out of the primordial dragon god's body and roamed the skies, attacking the devouring fiend diagram. As the primordial ancestral dragon phantom attacked, a ferocious skull appeared from the devouring fiend diagram and engaged in a fierce battle with the primordial ancestral dragon. Primordial dragon seal. As the primordial ancestral dragon god and skull fought, the primordial dragon god opened his mouth and spat out a seal that circled around the devouring fiend diagram. The first dragon seal was one of the 3 greatest treasures of the dragon clan. In the hands of the first dragon god, it could display its greatest power. Boom! When the first dragon seal slammed into the devouring demon diagram, the explosion of power caused the entire space to explode. The sky above the ancestral land of the devouring fiend was now in a state of chaos. The primitive dragon god controlled the primitive dragon seal to launch a powerful attack, but the demonic engulfing diagram was able to fend off the primitive dragon seal's attacks with the help of the primitive dragon seal. Time after time, the primitive dragon god controlled the primitive dragon seal to launch another attack. Primal chaos aspect, divine wood. Looking at the devouring demon diagram, Yi Chin Fong immediately controlled his chaos avatar to break out of his body. It turned into a majestic chaos divine tree and suppressed the fiend devouring ancestral land. Tens of thousands of 5-colored roots extended out and took root in the ancestral land, forcibly suppressing the fiend devouring ancestral land. The primal chaos divine wood was the nemesis of any ancestral bloodline. Under its suppression, the rampaging ancestral land of the devouring fiend was immediately sealed. unable to continuously supply the demonic devouring diagram with sufficient energy. Why is the chaos divine wood on him? Looking at the sudden appearance of the chaos divine wood, the devouring heaven god's expression changed. If the ancestral land of the devouring fiend was sealed by the chaos divine wood, then they would be in grave danger. Without the ancestral land of the devouring fiend to supply energy to the demonic engulfing diagram, the demonic engulfing diagram alone would not be able to withstand the primitive dragon god's attack. Tao Tai, Grand Elder, let's go and kill them first. The devouring heaven god cast his gaze towards Yi Chin Fong and the rest. He immediately led the demonic beast Tao Tai and the Grand Elder to attack. At this moment, their only option was to kill Yi Chin Fong and the rest and release the primal chaos divine wood suppression. Only then would they have a chance to reverse the situation. Leave the demonic beast Tao Tai to me. I will deal with it. You guys finish off the other enemies quickly. Looking at the incoming enemies, Yi Chin Fong took the lead and faced the demonic beast Tao Tai head-on. Although Yi Chin Fong had lost his chaos aspect and his battle strength was greatly reduced, he could still display the battle strength of a late void god after burning his primordial blood and merging with the heart of God. In addition to the two domains, he had a chance of killing the demonic beast Tao Tai. Roar, roar, roar. When the mountain-like demonic beast Tao Tai saw Yi Chin Fong attacking, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and released a terrifying devouring power. It attacked Yi Chin Fong like a black river, desolate body and large. Facing the attack of the devouring power released by the demonic beast Tao Tai, Yi Chin Fong immediately activated the chaos body and kept enlarging his body. He held the universal sword that had also enlarged and broke the black river of devouring power with a sword. Where did this person come from? Feeling the destructive aura from the chaos body, the devouring heaven god couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. He who had lived for countless years had never seen a person with such a foundation. Moreover, with his eyesight, he was sure that Yi Chin Fong had not cultivated for more than 10,000 years. While the devouring heaven god was distracted, the phoenix god continuously released the phoenix sacred fire. It turned into lifelike firebirds that attacked him and suppressed him continuously. Demonic devouring skill, break. The firebirds formed by the sacred fire attacked. The devouring heaven god circulated the demonic devouring skill to the maximum and formed 9 devouring black suns to forcefully break the attack of the firebirds. Demon Emperor's divine bell. When the devouring heaven god forcefully broke the attack of the phoenix god, the phoenix god continuously struck out 18 palms at the demon emperor's divine bell. The divine runes on the surface of the demon emperor's divine bell were like divine stones from outer space that struck the devouring heaven god. Demonic devouring banner. At the critical moment, the devouring heaven god summoned a pitch-black demonic banner. He waved it rapidly and slammed it on the demon emperor's divine bell. Roar, roar, roar. When the two void god artifacts collided, the demonic devouring banner immediately let out a bone-chilling cry of a ghost. With one strike, countless living beings sealed in the demonic devouring banner were turned into ashes. Your demonic devouring tribe should be annihilated. The phoenix god did not expect the devouring heaven god to use the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings to refine the void god artifact. His sharp eyes shone with a murderous light. He instantly opened up his sacred fire territory and shrouded the devouring heaven god. He wanted to kill the devouring heaven god in one fell swoop. Demonic devouring banner. 10,000 demons descend. Facing the attack of the sacred fire territory, the devouring heaven god immediately opened up his demonic devouring territory and released the hundreds of millions of living beings sealed in the demonic devouring banner. They merged into the demonic devouring territory and increased the power of the demonic devouring territory. Tens of thousands of demons appeared and suppressed the sacred fire territory. The phoenix god and the devouring heaven god opened up their territories and fought fiercely. The Chaos Divine Beast and the Demon God worked together and completely suppressed the severely injured Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe, forcing him to retreat. Roar, roar! Old fogey, stop your meaningless struggle. Obediently become the soul of the dead that your Grandpa Chaos Divine Beast spoke of. The Chaos Divine Beast held the Chaos Divine Axe and attacked ferociously while humiliating the Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe. The Great Elder was enraged and gritted his teeth. 100 evil weapons slash! Just as the Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe was about to kill the Chaos Divine Beast, the Demon God seized the opportunity and activated the strongest power of the 100 evil weapons. He slashed at the Great Elder with all his might. The terrifying attack forced the Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe to retreat. The muscles on his arms were torn and bloody wounds appeared. Chaos Mountain Body. The Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe was forced to retreat. The Chaos Divine Beast immediately transformed into the Chaos Divine Mountain and descended from the sky. It carried a few trillion pounds of force and pressed down on the Great Elder's head. The terrifying force pressed his legs into the hard ancestral ground. The Demon God seized the opportunity and merged his body with the 100 evil weapons to deal a fatal blow to the Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe. Chi. The Great Elder of the demonic devouring tribe's defense was broken and the devouring power in his body was crushed. His body was slashed open by the Demon God's unity of weapon and turned into a bloody mist. Roar, roar! Chapter 2114. Chaos Realm Fuse. When the Divine Beast of Chaos and the Demon God worked together to kill the Grand Elder of the devouring demons tribe, Yi Qinfeng instantly fused with the Chaos Realm and increased his strength to over 10 billion Jin. He then clashed with the ferocious Tao Tai who had transformed into his battle form. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in the chaotic, devouring demon's ancestral vein. When Yi Qinfeng clashed with the Tao Tai, the explosive force pushed the Tao Tai back by a few thousand meters. Its huge body smashed through a huge boulder and crashed into a mountain in the distance, creating a huge hole in the mountain. Sword Realm Fuse. Destruction of gods, tribulation of gods. After injuring the magical beast Tao Tai, Yi Qinfeng quickly merged with the domain of sword and raised his way of the sword to the extreme. He controlled the void god sword soul and merged it into the myriad origin sword. He used the strongest attack he knew to attack the magical beast Tao Tai, worsening its injuries. When the attack was unleashed, the universal origin sword exploded with invincible Taoist rhymes. The terrifying power of God slaying could destroy anything and everything. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. It instantly annihilated the Tao Tai who was struggling to get out of the mountain and destroyed its body. Ancestral Swords. Infinite Chaos. After the first attack, Yi Qinfeng, who possessed boundless divine power, used 2 more supreme divine powers to attack the Tao Tai. They continuously bombarded the Tao Tai, shattering its body and worsening its injuries. Devour. After receiving Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks, the Tao Tai opened its mouth and devoured Yi Qinfeng's attacks. I would like to see how many attacks you can devour. Sensing the ancestral swords and the infinite chaos being devoured by the Tao Tai, Yi Qinfeng continued to attack it with supreme mystiques. He forced the Tao Tai to continue devouring and wanted to make it explode. Roar, roar! Boss, let me help you deal with it. After killing the first elder of the devouring demons clan, the Chaos Divine Beast, Evil God appeared beside Yi Qinfeng and attacked the demonic beast Tao Tai continuously with his powerful killing moves. Although the Tao Chia's body was a space of its own and could devour all energy, the Tao Tai was still a living being. It was far inferior to the Chaos Divine Wood. The Tao Tai had a devouring bottleneck and could not devour continuously. As it devoured a large amount of energy, its entire body began to expand, and its ferocious face revealed a pained expression. Continue attacking. The Tao Tai is about to reach the devouring bottleneck. The God-Eater brain, which was calculating rapidly, sensed the Taoqia's physical condition. It immediately transmitted a message to the Chaos Divine Beast and the Evil God, asking them to continue attacking at all costs. Soon, the magical beast Taotai reached the devouring bottleneck, and a huge hole burst open in its swollen belly. It let out a painful howl. Chaos Domain, Sword Domain, attack! The Taoqia's body was severely injured and could no longer devour. Yi Qinfeng immediately opened up the two domains and used the power of the two domains to attack the Taotai, worsening its injuries. Slowly, the Taoqia's resistance became weaker and weaker. Its bloody body was suppressed by more than 100 billion pounds of energy, and it lost the ability to continue fighting. 9 underworlds, keep! After severely injuring the Taotai, Yi Qinfeng did not kill it. Instead, he summoned 9 underworlds and kept it in. He was going to bring it back to Yi Wuji. He believed that his father would have a way to tame the Taotai and use it for him. Ka. While Yi Qinfeng and the other two were dealing with the Taotai, the primitive dragon god's ferocious attacks were forcefully cracking open the devouring demon diagram, weakening the devouring demon diagram. Qingfeng, leave this to us. Go and extract the devouring origin source. The primitive dragon god, who had complete control of the situation, transmitted a message. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and retrieved the chaos divine that was suppressing the devouring demon ancestral vein. He quickly flew to the deepest part of the devouring demon tribe. Relying on his absolute strength, he continuously broke the seals in the devouring demon tribe's ancestral land and discovered the devouring origin source that was sealed in the deepest part of the devouring demon tribe. Chaos divine would devour. Ordinary empty gods could not extract the origin source. However, Yi Qinfeng had the Chaos Divine Wood and could do it easily. The Chaos Divine Wood grew bigger and took root in the devouring origin source. It withstood the attack of the devouring origin source and continuously devoured the devouring origin source. Suddenly, a boundless energy exploded from the deepest part of the devouring demon tribe, causing the space within a 10-mile radius to collapse. The devouring origin source seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, destroying the Chaos Divine Wood. However, the Chaos Divine Wood was too powerful. It completely withstood the attack of the devouring origin source and continued to devour it. Damn it! Sky Devouring God, whose attacks were completely suppressed by the Phoenix God, felt the devouring origin source being drained away. He immediately guessed Yi Qinfeng's real motive for entering the devouring demon tribe. However, he could not detonate the devouring origin source and could only try his best to escape. However, the divine fire territory that the Phoenix God had created was too powerful, and Sky Devouring God's injuries were worsening. In addition, the billions of living beings sealed in the devouring banner were being melted by the Phoenix divine fire. Sky Devouring God could not tear the divine fire territory apart. At that moment, Sky Devouring God could only hope that the other demon tribe members would come to his aid. However, at the thought of the ancestor dragon god's peak empty god abilities, Sky Devouring God became desperate. In the entire demon tribe, the only one who could threaten the ancestor dragon god was the hell demon god, who was in seclusion. Time slowly ticked by. After about 2 hours, the devouring demon picture, the treasure of the devouring demon tribe, was torn apart by the ancestor dragon god. After tearing apart the devouring demon picture, the ancestor dragon god was only slightly injured. In less than 30 breaths, he had completely recovered. He stood in the devouring demon ancestral vein, suppressing the area. After the devouring demon picture was forcefully torn apart by the ancestor dragon god, Sky Devouring God immediately suffered from the backlash. Seizing this opportunity, the Phoenix God launched a series of fatal attacks on him. He blasted a huge bloody hole in his chest and controlled a large amount of Phoenix divine fire to enter his body through the bloody hole. No. After being attacked by the Phoenix divine fire, Sky Devouring God let out a cry of despair. He tried his best to extinguish the Phoenix divine fire. However, his injuries were too severe. In addition to the Phoenix god's attacks, his charred body exploded. His soul was also melted by the Phoenix divine fire that the Phoenix god spat out. After killing sky-devouring god, the Phoenix god took his belongings and went to the place where the devouring origin energy was suppressed with the ancestor dragon god to protect Yi Qinfeng. The devouring origin energy was extremely vast. Even the chaos divine tree had to devour for 5 days and 5 nights before it could absorb the devouring origin energy into its tree body. While the chaos divine tree was absorbing the devouring origin energy, the demon devourers did not appear to stop it. Instead, they fled from the demon devourer tribe like frightened birds. Let's go. Let's leave this place. After successfully absorbing the devouring origin energy, Yi Qinfeng stored the chaos divine tree into his body and flew out of the demon devourer tribe with the ancestor dragon god, the Phoenix god, and the others. Just as they flew out of the demon devourer tribe's territory, Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses sensed dozens of huge demon race warships approaching at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the battle flags hanging on the warships, Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect the 6 great demon races to be on the move at the same time. But is this useful? Yi Qinfeng looked at the approaching demon race warships and said with high fighting spirit, Ancestor Dragon God, Phoenix God, Demon God, let's go and give the demon race a big gift. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng merged with the Chaos Dharma form, the Heart of God, and ignited the primordial blood. He took the lead and rushed forward, preparing to face the 6 great demon races head-on. Chapter 21:15. 9 Demon Patriarch, we've discovered the enemy. They're flying towards us at breakneck speed. The moment the demon race's experts discovered Yi Qinfeng's group, they immediately relayed the news to the 9 demon gods sitting on the central warship. The 9 demon gods were the patriarchs of the strongest demon race, the original demon race. All the previous patriarchs had originated from the original demon race. Seal the space. Don't let them escape. The 9 demon gods immediately stood up from their chairs and led the 5 patriarchs to the central warship's deck. They wanted to see who was so daring to openly attack the devouring demon race in the demon world. And it's them. From afar, the 9 demon gods discovered Yi Qinfeng's group. When he saw the original dragon god standing beside Yi Qinfeng, his eyes widened in shock. Original dragon god, he's actually not dead. In the 9 demon gods' view, the original dragon god, who was at the end of his lifespan, should have died after blocking Shen Huang's attack. He shouldn't have appeared in the demon world. Could it be that the original dragon god has broken through his bottleneck and reached the peak of nihility god realm? An ominous thought surfaced in the 9 demon gods' mind. When the 9 demonic gods sensed the danger, Yi Qinfeng summoned Xin Daoxiu, Shen Yanggu, Shenemo Zhulong, and the others from the universe realm and launched a ferocious attack on the frontmost battleship. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of dazzling divine light streaked across the sky. The terrifying attacks with unparalleled destructive power bombarded the first devil warship. The terrifying attacks smashed the warship's defenses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, forcibly blasting a huge hole in the impregnable warship that was hundreds of meters long. Kill! With a hole in the warship, Yi Qinfeng and the others immediately flew into the hole. They controlled their strongest nihility god artifact and supreme grade ancestral artifact to attack the ghost devil race's experts. The ghost devil race's overall strength wasn't strong among the 9 demon races. They could be considered the weakest among the 9 demon races. They couldn't withstand Yi Qinfeng's attacks at all. In an instant, the ghost devil race's experts were mercilessly killed by Yi Qinfeng's group. Thick blood qi permeated the air, dyeing it red. Yin 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 yin. While Yi Qinfeng and the others were slaughtering the ghost devil experts, the progenitor dragon god appeared in front of the second warship, flying the flag of the brute devil race, and launched a fatal attack on it alone. With a single strike, the phantom of a great ancestor dragon emerged from the primordial dragon god's body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It opened its bloody mouth and shattered the barbarian devil race's battleship's defense. Following that, the primordial dragon god unleashed his dragon domain, summoning 5 primordial ancestral dragons. They danced in the void, exuding boundless draconic might as they destroyed the barbarian devil race's battleship. Close to 100 barbarian devil race's experts were annihilated. Peak of the Nihility God realm, the primordial dragon god has really stepped into peak of the Nihility God realm. Witnessing the scene of the progenitor dragon god destroying the brute devil race's warship, the 9 demon gods gulped and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Although he was a great perfection ethereal god realm expert, the difference in strength between a great perfection ethereal god realm expert and a peak ethereal god realm expert was too great. Even if he had the devil race's greatest treasure, it would still be difficult for him to contend against the primordial dragon god. Retreat. Let's retreat quickly. Under the primordial dragon god's deterrence, the 9 demon gods made a prompt decision and ordered the remaining warships to retreat to avoid following in the footsteps of the ghost devil race and barbarian devil race's warships. Do you think you can escape? When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Looking at the fleeing devil race's warships, the phoenix god flew out of the ghost devil race's warship and transformed into a divine bird that was hundreds of feet long. Flapping its 5-colored wings, it chased after the devil race's warships at an extremely fast speed. It wanted to destroy the warships one by one and kill the devil race experts. Phoenix god, don't go too far! The 9 demon gods were enraged when the phoenix god attacked. They led the 5 patriarchs and more than a dozen ethereal god realm experts out of the warship and attacked the phoenix god together. Extreme speed. As the 9 demon gods and the others attacked, the phoenix god flapped its huge wings rapidly, stirring up a flaming hurricane. It attacked the 9 demon gods and the others at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the attacks from the 9 demon gods and the others were about to hit its huge divine fire body, the phoenix god's body suddenly shrunk and its flying speed increased by dozens of times. It dodged the attacks in an instant and attacked the 3 low-level ethereal gods of the devil race, who were hiding at the back. As 3 painful screams were heard, the 3 low-level ethereal gods of the devil race, who could not dodge in time, were pierced by the phoenix god. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix god's divine fire melted their physical bodies and souls, turning them into ashes and dissipating in the air. Phoenix god, I swear that I'll turn you into ashes. After repeated attacks, the devil race was severely injured and there were only a few ethereal gods left. The 9 demon gods could no longer bear such losses. They immediately summoned the 9 demon steels to suppress the entire void and slow down the phoenix god's flying speed. Primordial dragon seal, break. As the 9 demon gods controlled the 9 demon steels to suppress the phoenix god, the primordial dragon god appeared beside the phoenix god and spat out the dragon seal that was spiraling around the primordial dragon. It collided with the 9 demon steels that were suppressing the primordial dragon. Boom! The 2 ultimate treasures collided with each other. Dragon aura and demonic aura filled the entire space, destroying everything around them. Immortal Slayer Saber, slash! As the primordial dragon god resisted the 9 demon steel suppression, the 9 demon gods summoned the Immortal Slayer Saber and slashed out a saber gleam that resembled the Milky Way. The saber gleam split the chaotic space and slashed toward the primordial dragon god with the power to destroy everything. The primordial dragon god did not dodge the Immortal Slayer Saber's attack. Instead, it instantly threw out 3 punches. As the 3 punches were thrown out, they grew bigger and bigger. The fist gleams that evolved with Tao will seem to be nurturing 3 divine dragons. The terrifying power directly shattered the immortal Slayer's saber gleam and broke the 9 demon gods' attack. Phoenix wings soaring in the sky. The Phoenix god let out a high-pitched roar. Instantly, it burned its powerful bloodline power and transformed into 3 lifelike phoenixes. It flapped its flaming wings and attacked the 5 patriarchs of the ghost devil race: brute devil race, war devil race, nether devil race, and myriad devil race. 3 phoenix phantoms soared in the sky and attacked. The 5 demon clan patriarchs summoned their respective clan treasures at the same time and attacked with all their might, blocking the 3 phoenix phantoms. Just as they worked together to break the phoenix god's attack, the 9 demon gods were sent flying by the primordial dragon god's punch. They spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and flew back to the 5 patriarchs, forcefully interrupting their attacks. Demon gods, I didn't kill you last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Yi Qinfeng roared. He brought the chaos divine beast, Shen Hinggu, and the others with him to kill the devil race's almighties and weaken the devil race's overall strength. Let's go. We need to leave this place quickly. Under the desperate attacks of the 9 demonic gods, many of the devil worships had already fled. Unable to withstand the fierce attacks of Yi Qinfeng, the primordial dragon god, and the others, the 9 demonic gods, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, made a prompt decision to flee with the 5 patriarchs. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng sneered. He forcefully stopped the flow of time in a radius of several li, causing the 6 patriarchs' bodies to freeze in an instant. Chapter 21:16. 6 demons killing array. The threat of the primordial dragon god was too great. Without a choice, the 9 demonic gods summoned an array diagram that had mysterious runes flowing around it. When the 9 demonic gods merged with the array diagram, the 6 of them disappeared mysteriously. The only thing left in the sky was the 6 demons killing array diagram that was emitting a devouring black light. Chaos territory merge. As soon as the 6 demons killing array diagram appeared, Yi Qinfeng merged with the chaos territory in an instant. He forcefully raised his strength to over 100 billion jin. Wielding the myriad sword, he slashed forward with the man-weapon unity. Chi! Yi Qinfeng's unstoppable slash tore apart the killing runes that were emitted by the 6 demons killing array diagram. He stabbed the 6 demons killing array diagram in an attempt to shake it. However, the 6 demons killing array diagram was extremely powerful. The myriad sword strength of over 100 billion jin and the supreme sword Dao's might could not shake it at all. Boom! The entire void trembled. Yi Qinfeng was sent flying by the explosive power of the 6 demons killing array diagram. He lost control of his body, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qinfeng, are you all right? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was injured, the Phoenix god immediately came to his side. She gently supported his uncontrollable body and asked with concern, "Don't worry, Phoenix god. I'm fine." Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in his body. "Leave this array to me." The primordial dragon god's pupils shrank. A deafening dragon roar came from his body. He transformed into his strongest battle form. Large amounts of dragon scales covered his entire body. At this moment, the primordial dragon god no longer looked like an old man. He had turned into an invincible dragon god. Boundless dragon aura swept across thousands of miles, making people worship him. Raising his strength to the extreme, the primordial dragon god transformed into a lifelike dragon shadow and attacked the rapidly rotating 6 demons killing array. He continuously shattered the killing runes emitted by the 6 demons killing array and clashed with the 6 demons killing array. Although the 6 demons killing array was powerful, and combined with the attacks of the 9 demonic gods, the difference between the Great Void God stage and Peak Void God stage was like heaven and earth. If not for the fact that the 6 demons killing formation's level was too high, the progenitor dragon god could have easily killed the 9 demon gods and the others. A peak empty god is indeed powerful. I wonder how powerful an extreme empty god is. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself as he watched the primordial dragon god take on the 6 demons killing formation by himself. He was disappointed by the primordial dragon god's strength. The battle between the primordial dragon god and the 6 demons killing formation became more and more intense, constantly destroying the space, shattering the earth, and razing large tracts of forest to the ground, alarming many of the Devil World's almighty experts. Patriarch, this old fellow is too strong. Even if we borrow the 6 demons killing formation, I'm afraid we're not his match. The more the 9 demonic gods fought, the more shocked they became. The 6 demonic killing formation was unable to threaten the primordial dragon god at all. They were completely overwhelmed by the primordial dragon god's power. Ignite your blood chi and raise the power of the 6 demons killing formation to the maximum. Only by injuring that old fogey can we have a chance to escape. The 9 demon gods had thought of retreating a long time ago, but Yi Qinfeng had grasped the laws of time stop, and the threat of the progenitor dragon god was too great. They had no way of escaping, so they could only grit their teeth and endure. Wung wung wung. Hearing the 9 demon gods' words, the 5 demon patriarchs could only grit their teeth and ignite their powerful blood chi, madly fusing it into the 6 demons killing formation to repair the cracks and increase its power to fight the primordial dragon god head-on. Primordial dragon god, why don't you let me help you? As time passed, the phoenix god lost his patience and immediately flew to the primordial dragon god's side, spitting out scorching phoenix divine flames to attack the 6 demons killing formation, pressuring the 9 demon gods and the others. Although the phoenix god was not as strong as the primordial dragon god, he could completely resist the counterattack of the 6 demons killing formation. Slowly, more cracks appeared on the surface of the 6 demons killing formation, and the pressure on the 6 demon gods increased. Everyone, listen to me. Fuse all your blood chi into the 6 demons killing formation. I want to detonate the formation and give them a fatal blow. The 9 demon gods, whose injuries were getting worse and worse, transmitted, "Remember, when the formation explodes, run with all your strength." Yes, although the 6 demons killing formation was extremely valuable, they could not care less at this moment. They all nodded in agreement. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 demons killing formation fused with the blood chi of the 6 demon gods and immediately erupted with its strongest power, instantly shattering the phoenix god and primordial dragon god's attacks and pushing them back dozens of meters. 6 demons killing formation explode. The moment the primordial dragon god and phoenix god were pushed back, the 9 demon gods unleashed the 6 demons killing formation and detonated it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of the 6 demons killing formation instantly produced a world-destroying power that turned the space within dozens of miles into nothingness. The primordial dragon god and phoenix god were once again pushed back several thousand meters. Run! The moment the 6 demons killing formation exploded, the 9 demon gods and the others burned their blood chi at all costs and fled into the distance. Time stop! The moment the 9 demon gods and the others fled, a strange figure suddenly appeared and used time stop to forcibly freeze the bodies of the 9 demon gods and the others. However, in the space of destruction, Yi Qinfeng's time stop was greatly affected. In the end, he only managed to freeze the weakest ghost demon patriarch, allowing the 9 demon gods and the others to escape in the chaos. Myriad ghosts erode the sky. The ghost devil patriarch forcibly shattered the frozen space and split into tens of thousands of ghosts. He launched a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng, who was blocking his path. He wanted to force Yi Qinfeng to retreat and escape. Desolate domain, sword domain, shatter! As the 10,000 ghosts attacked, Yi Chen-feng immediately opened his two domains. Borrowing the power of the two domains, he continuously shattered the ghosts that approached him and broke the ghost demon patriarch's attack. Blood escape! Seizing the opportunity when Yi Chen-feng broke the myriad ghosts erode the sky, the ghost demon patriarch immediately used blood escape to escape. At this time, Yi Chen-feng instantly merged the power of the two domains and used Soulless Sword to stab at the ghost demon patriarch, sealing off his escape route. When he forcibly broke through the Soulless Sword, the primordial dragon god and phoenix god appeared and intercepted him, causing him to fall into despair. Die. Yi Chen-feng never showed mercy to his enemies. He didn't waste time talking nonsense with the ghost demon patriarch and immediately launched a fierce attack. Under the joint attack of Yi Chen-feng and the others, the ghost demon patriarch's resistance became weak and powerless. In an instant, his body was shattered and his soul was swallowed by the chaos divine beast. Let's go. We will go to the War Demon Clan and take away the Wood Origin Power and 9 underworld demonic flames. Then we will leave the demon race. Although he obtained a complete victory, Yi Chen-feng didn't lower his guard. He knew that the demon race still had a Yama god that was not weaker than the primordial dragon god, so he didn't want to fight him too early. Under the War Demon Patriarch's lead, Yi Chen-feng's group rapidly flew towards the War Demon Mountain Range. Roughly 3 days later, Yi Chen-feng's group arrived at the Sky Demon Mountain Range. They flew to the sky above the War Demon Ridge, where the mountain range stretched endlessly. Chapter 21:17. Humph! You want to stop us with mere formations. After breaking into the Battle Demon Clan, ancient and profound formations appeared and attacked Yi Chen-feng and the others. Although the Battle Demon Clan's restrictions were extremely powerful, to Yi Chen-feng and the others, it was not a threat at all. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Chen-feng and the others broke through all the formations. Yi Chen-feng and the others killed their way to the ancestral land of the Battle Demon Clan. You really want to kill us all? The Battle Demon Patriarch, who had escaped into the ancestral land of the Battle Demon Clan, looked at Yi Chen-feng and the others with bloodshot eyes, gnashing his teeth. From today onwards, the Battle Demon Clan will no longer exist in the Void God world. Yi Chen-feng replied overbearingly with his hands behind his back. After that, Yi Chen-feng and the others launched deadly attacks at the Battle Demon Patriarch and the others. In the battle just now, the Battle Demon Clan suffered heavy casualties. The Battle Demon Patriarch knew that unless the Yama God appeared, the Battle Demon Clan would most likely be annihilated. However, the Yama God had been in seclusion, waiting for the ancient Star Road to appear. It was impossible for him to appear, so they could only rely on themselves to resist the enemy. Ancestral veins, power, fuse! The Battle Demon Patriarch, the 2 remaining supreme elders of the Battle Demon Clan, and several other elders fused with the powerful ancestral vein to increase their strength. They wanted to borrow the power of the ancestral vein to resist Yi Chen-feng and the others. Battle Demon Diagram. Exterminate the enemy. When the Battle Demon Patriarch and the others fused with the ancestral vein, a profound battle diagram appeared above the ancestral land and attacked Yi Chen-feng and the others. Boom! When the War Demon Diagram appeared, the first dragon god leaped into the air and launched a punch at the diagram. The punch, which seemed to contain the power of a divine dragon, shattered the War Demon Diagram's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It then landed on the War Demon Diagram, causing cracks to appear on the diagram. While the first dragon god was fighting the Battle Demon Diagram, the Phoenix God and the others were fighting the Battle Demon Patriarch and the others. Lord 9 Underworld Demon Fire, quickly come out and help. The War Demon Patriarch had just fought with Yi Chen-feng and the others, so he knew how terrifying they were. He immediately awakened the 9 Underworld Demon Flame that was sleeping in the ancestral land. Kacha! Hearing the call of the War Demon Patriarch, the entire ancestral land trembled. A huge crack appeared, and a ball of demonic fire as black as ink appeared before everyone's eyes. The appearance of the 9 underworld demonic flames caused the temperature of the space to increase exponentially. Even the air was distorted by the flames. Screech, screech, screech. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 9 underworld demonic flame, the phoenix god let out a cheerful cry. It ignored its enemy and launched a ferocious attack at the 9 underworld demonic flame. It wanted to devour the 9 underworld demonic flame to increase the power of the phoenix god fire and its own combat strength. Desolate domain, domain of swords, destroy! Yi Qinfeng unleashed his 2 domains, enveloping the war demon clans, almighties, one after another. He used the might of the domains to kill them one by one. Under the attacks of the 2 domains, the war demon clan's experts, who had fused with the ancestral bloodline and resisted with all their might, died one after another. Thick blood qi filled the air and turned into a bloody mist. Sigh. Looking at the scene before him, the war demon who had transformed into a human form sighed softly in his heart. Although he had submitted to Yi Qinfeng, the blood of the war demon clan still flowed in his body. He did not want to see what was happening before him. Would deity save my war demon clan? Unable to resist the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the war demon patriarch used the war demon clan's last resort and forcibly activated the wood origin power. Buzz! 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 The eruption of the wood origin power instantly caused the depths of the ancestral land of the war demon clan to collapse. A green ancient tree that was constantly growing in size broke out of the collapsed ground and propped up the entire world. The wood origin power. Looking at the ancient tree, transformed from the wood origin power, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He summoned the chaos celestial characteristic and transformed it into the chaos divine wood to attack. Boom! The wood deity and the chaos divine wood collided, constantly tearing the space apart. The wood deity did not shake the chaos divine wood, and the chaos divine wood did not gain the upper hand. However, the stronger the wood origin power was, the happier Yi Qinfeng was. He had a feeling that once the chaos divine would devour the wood origin power, its power would increase by leaps and bounds. Perhaps the chaos celestial characteristic could break through the late empty god realm and reach the great empty god realm. War demon clan, quickly leave this place. The war demon patriarch did not expect that the wood deity could not save them. He immediately panicked and ordered the war demon clan to quickly retreat from the ancestral land. For the sake of the war demon clan, Yi Qinfeng did not kill them all and allowed them to escape. Kacha! While the war demon patriarch and the others were desperately resisting, the ancestral dragon god smashed the ancestral diagram and broke the war demon patriarch's last resort. With the ancestral diagram broken, the war demon patriarch and the others' morale fell to the bottom, greatly affecting their fighting strength. No, just as the war demon clan's casualties were increasing, a terrified wail suddenly rang out. The phoenix god relied on its absolute strength to completely suppress the 9 underworld demonic flames and continuously devoured it bit by bit, refining it rapidly. Rumble! Just as the war demon clan fell into despair, a pitch-black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the war demon clan. When the black cloud appeared in the center of the war demon ancestral land, a giant hand suddenly broke out of the black cloud. It covered the sky and covered the sun and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng and the others. Hades god, you finally made your move. Looking at the giant hand that suddenly appeared, the ancestral dragon god's turbid eyes suddenly shot out rays of light. His entire body flew into the void and met the giant hand head-on. Boom! The dragon claw formed by the first dragon god collided with the giant hand that blotted out the sky, forming an oval halo of light that was infinitely enlarged in the chaotic void. Ancestral dragon god, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after breaking through to the peak empty god realm? Your actions will only bring disaster to the dragon clan. when the ancestral dragon god forcefully blocked the giant hand. An angry voice rang out from the black cloud. The ancient star road is about to appear. It's time to settle the grudge between us. The ancestral dragon god was not afraid of the Hades god's threat and said tit for tat. As he spoke, the phantom of a great ancestral dragon appeared from the ancestral dragon god's body and disappeared into the violently tumbling black cloud, breaking the energy left by the Hades god in the black cloud with one blow. Ancestral dragon god, this god will remember this grudge. When this god comes out of seclusion, this god will pay you back tenfold. The Hades god let out a final sound and disappeared with the shattered black cloud. The Hades god's attack from a distance was still unable to turn the tide and directly announced the fate of the War Demon clan. Half a day later, the War Demon clan leader and the others were all killed in battle. The 9 underworld demonic flames were also devoured by the Phoenix god. In the fierce battle with the Wood god, the Chaos Divine would obtain an overwhelming advantage. It used the Devour origin energy of Devour to madly devour the Wood origin energy. The Hades god was in seclusion and the 9 demon gods were defeated. When the Chaos Divine would devour the Wood origin energy, no one in the demon clan dared to provoke it. After 3 days and 3 nights of devouring, the Chaos Divine would finally devour the Wood origin energy. Qingfeng, since the Hades god has discovered us, let's not continue to provoke him. When Yi Qingfeng retrieved the Chaos Divine Wood, the ancestral dragon god appeared beside him and softly advised, "Senior, is the Hades god's current strength very terrifying?" Looking at the ancestral dragon god's slightly solemn face, Yi Qingfeng asked, "Yes, although we only fought from a distance, I'm basically sure that the Hades god has reached the peak empty god realm like me. Moreover, I have a feeling that he's probably even further on the path to the peak than I am." The ancestral dragon god nodded. "All right, in that case, let's go back." Chapter 2118. Ascension Palace. Qingfeng, you guys are finally back. Did your trip go smoothly? When Yi Qingfeng and the others returned to the Ascension Palace, Sun Chasing God and the others who were in charge of the residents immediately went out to welcome them. The trip went smoothly. By the way, Senior Chasing Sun, where are my parents? They haven't returned yet? Yi Qingfeng asked. Yes, your parents still need some time to rush back. Chasing Sun God said, but your father's side is also relatively smooth. He has successfully extracted the life origin energy. That's good. Yi Qingfeng nodded and relaxed. By the way, Senior Chasing Sun, did Yi Ming go to the celestial tribe with my father and the rest? Yes, not long after you went to the demon realm. Yi Ming broke through to the 6-star ancestor realm and was brought to the celestial tribe to train by Wuji God. Chasing Sun God nodded. Senior Chasing Sun, you go ahead. I'll go check on Nick Hang and see how she's doing. With that, Yi Qingfeng came to the secret room where Nick Hang was cultivating. Yi Qingfeng did not want to disturb Nick Hang, but his appearance immediately awakened Nick Hang, who was cultivating. After this period of recuperation, Yu Nichang's injuries had mostly recovered. She had also become elegant. She directly pulled Yi Qingfeng into the secret room and poured her heart out. As they spoke, the two of them hugged and kissed. The clothes on their bodies became less and less, composing a chapter of love. After returning to the Ascension Palace, Yi Qingfeng did not go out again. He focused all his energy on Nick Hang and the evolution of the chaos aspect. The Wood origin suppressed by the War Demon clan was very powerful. After the Chaos Divine would devoured it, it immediately allowed the chaos aspect to evolve. Once the chaos aspect evolved, Yi Qingfeng believed that the combat strength of the chaos aspect would definitely surpass the late-stage Void God Realm and reach the perfect Void God Realm. About 2 months later, when the Chaos Dharma idol was halfway through its evolution, Yi Wuji, Shen Yaotan, and the God of Life flew back on a golden-winged great peng. Qingfeng, I heard that you've turned the devil world upside down. You've exterminated 2 clans of the Devil World and even killed the ghost Devil Patriarch. Although Yi Qinfeng had always been in the Tian clan, he still found out about what had happened in the demon world through his own secret methods. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinfeng's battle achievements. Apart from that, I've also obtained 2 treasures from the Sky Demon Ruins. Yi Qinfeng smiled and took out the 8 worldly creation fruits and the profound heaven divine quintessence. Worldly creation fruit, mysterious heaven divine marrow. Looking at the 2 treasures that Yi Qinfeng summoned, Yi Wuji's eyes widened. His calm face was filled with excitement. The Red Sun Patriarch had not returned for a long time because he was looking for the worldly creation fruit. The mysterious heaven divine marrow was the main ingredient that Yi Wuji dreamed of refining the heaven-seizing supreme pill. Now that he had obtained these 2 main ingredients, Yi Wuji's chances of refining the heaven-seizing supreme pill would greatly increase. Aside from these 2 treasures, I have also suppressed the guardian beast of the gobbling demon clan, Tao Tai. Father, do you have a way to subdue it? With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned Tao Tai. Haha, Qingfeng, you're really surprising me more and more. As expected of my son, give Tao Tai to me. I'll make it acknowledge you as its master within a month. Yi Wuji laughed and said proudly. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinfeng. Early the next morning, Yi Wuji called Yi Qinfeng to the bedroom where he cultivated. Qingfeng, give me the god-eating brain and the devouring origin, Yi Wuji said in a low voice. I'll break the trap that Tai left in the god-eating brain. After I break the trap, we'll go to the lower plane to meet Tai and try to tame him. Father, what realm is Tai at? Yi Qinfeng had always wanted to know Tai's real strength. Tai's real strength should be at the complete empty god realm. He wants the primitive heart because he wants to use it to reach the peak of the empty god realm. Then he won't be afraid of the human sovereign, Yi Wuji said. Is the human sovereign at the peak of the empty god realm? Yi Qinfeng gasped. He did not expect the human sovereign to be so secretive. The human sovereign is much more terrifying than you think. Otherwise, Tai wouldn't be so scared that he doesn't dare to return to the empty god realm. Yi Wuji said, Father, what's the relationship between Yu Huaxin and the human sovereign? Yi Qinfeng thought of Yu Huaxin and asked, Yu Huaxin should be a puppet cultivated by the human sovereign or a clone of the human sovereign. Yi Wuji guessed, all right, Qinfeng, although the Renhuang is strong, our real enemy is still Shenhuang. According to my guess, in the entire Void God Realm, he is probably the only one who has reached the pinnacle of the Void God Realm. So, we must seize the opportunity when Shenhuang is still recovering from his injuries to improve our strength. Otherwise, once the ancient road of the starry sky appears, we will be in danger. Father, is the ancient road of the starry sky about to appear? Yi Qinfeng asked with his eyes wide open. According to my calculations, the ancient road of the starry sky should appear soon. Yi Wuji nodded. We don't have much time left. Okay, Qingfeng, you don't have to pay too much attention to the battle of gods. Everything depends on your effort. What you need to do now is to improve your strength and combatability as soon as possible. I understand. When I go to the Devil World, I let the chaotic divine would devour the origin of wood that was suppressed by the battle demon clan. When the chaotic divine would completely refines it, the chaotic celestial body should have the combatability of the exceptional empty god realm. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Qingfeng, although the chaotic celestial body is powerful, it is just an external object. What you need to improve is your own combatability. Moreover, the origin of wood alone is not enough to make the chaotic celestial body possess the combatability of the exceptional empty god realm. Yi Wuji said, I can send you to a place to train for a while, but that place is very dangerous. With the resources I have, I can only send you there once. Where is this place? Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows. The creation space in the alternate universe. Yi Wuji said, but there are many creation creatures in the creation space. Each of them is very powerful. If you want to get the power of creation in the creation space, you have to keep killing them. Father, can I use the universe mirror to bring everyone to the creation space? Yi Qinfeng asked. No, the creation space is too far away from here. It is very difficult for me to send you there alone. If you bring others, it will be a bigger burden. So, if you decide to go to the creation space, you can only rely on yourself. Yi Wuji shook his head. Okay, then I will go to the creation space alone to cultivate. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said firmly, Qinfeng, you have to remember that you only have one chance to go to the creation space. Once you are surrounded by the creation creatures, you will most likely lose your life. So, you must be fully prepared. Yi Wuji reminded him seriously. Don't worry, Father. I am confident that I can survive in the creation space. Yi Qinfeng said confidently. Okay, since you have made up your mind, I will open the space gate and send you to the creation space later. Yi Wuji said. Oh, Father, before I go to the creation space, can you help me refine this piece of divine metal into the universal origin sword? Although Yi Qinfeng had never been to the creation space, he knew how terrifying the creation energy was. He was prepared to upgrade the universal origin sword. Okay, no problem. Seeing that the divine metal in Yi Qinfeng's hand was of a high grade, Yi Wuji's eyes lit up and he agreed. Days passed by. Tai Yi had left a shocking secret in the God-Eater's brain. Yi Wuji could not break it with the devouring origin energy. However, the universal origin sword and the divine metal were slowly fusing together with the little six paths. After fusing with the little six paths and devouring a large amount of weapon origin energy, the universal origin sword had undergone a qualitative change. Its attack power had almost reached the pinnacle of the void god weapons. It was almost on par with the creation divine weapons. The chaos dharma form had also refined the wood origin energy. However, as Yi Wuji had said, the chaos dharma form had devoured the wood origin energy. Although the chaos dharma form's combat power had undergone a qualitative change, it was still far from reaching the complete void god realm. Qinfeng, get ready. I will open the space gate and send you to the creation space. Chapter 2119. This is the creation space. After an unknown amount of teleportation, Yi Qinfeng entered a mysterious space. In this space, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the sky at the same time. The ground was dark brown, and he could not see the end of it. Superpower mirror image. To be safe, Yi Qinfeng used his superpower mirror image and split into 3 mirror image avatars. One of the mirror image held a space teleportation talisman and hid underground. The other 2 mirror image avatars followed him and flew into the distant space to search for the creation spirits. As he flew, he realized that a mountain range had appeared in front of him. The mountain range stretched for miles, and the ancient trees were lush. It was very quiet, and there were thick clouds floating in the air. Danger! The moment Yi Qinfeng stepped into the forest, his sharp senses suddenly detected danger. The 2 thick ancient trees around him transformed into human figures and launched a fatal attack at him. Creation spirits! Facing the attack of the 2 large treants, Yi Qinfeng used the sword steps to dodge rapidly. In an instant, his speed increased by 10 times, and he dodged the attack of the 2 large treants. Although he had dodged the attack, the strike of fortune from the 2 treants had still produced a terrifying rebounding force, which landed heavily on Yi Qinfeng's body and forced him to take 3 steps back. The blood and qi in his body were rolling violently. These creation spirits are indeed terrifying. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the churning blood in his body. He had a clear understanding of the combat strength of the creation spirits. He felt that the combat strength of the creation spirits should be equivalent to that of a late empty god realm master. With his current combat strength, it would be troublesome for him to face more than 5 creation spirits. Let's end this quickly. In order to avoid attracting more creation spirits, Yi Qinfeng instantly opened up 2 realms and enveloped the 2 large creation spirits. He then launched a fatal attack at them. Equipment Manipulation Art. Yi Qinfeng entered the creation space. Although he could not bring any helpers, he borrowed the 10 empty god weapons. The moment he ignited his Hongmeng blood, he used the Equipment Manipulation Art and activated the strongest power of the 10 empty god weapons. He attacked one of the creation spirits with ease. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the strongest attack of the 10 great void god artifacts was beyond imagination. The terrifying power directly shattered the attack of the Spirit of Fortune and landed on his body. The explosive power instantly shattered his body. When the creature of good fortune shattered, it immediately turned into a large amount of pure power of fortune that surged into Yi Qinfeng's body. Is this the power of creation? The energy is so pure. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he absorbed a large amount of creation energy into his body. He believed that if he could devour enough creation energy, he would definitely be able to enter the late empty god realm. When Yi Qinfeng used the 10 great void god artifacts to destroy one of the spirits of fortune, the other spirits of fortune launched a ferocious attack at Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying power of creation continued to shatter the power of the 2 domains, shaking Yi Qinfeng's body. Sword Domain Fuse. Destruction of gods, tribulation of gods. After being continuously attacked by the spirits of fortune, Yi Qinfeng immediately fused the sword domain, raising the power of his sword Dao to the maximum. He executed the strongest attack that he had mastered, bombarding the spirits of fortune at close range. Boom! The spirits of fortune trembled. His body was directly shattered by the power of destruction of gods, turning into pure power of creation and fusing into his body. After fusing with the 2 spirits of fortune, Yi Qinfeng immediately swallowed the void god pellet that Yi Wuji had given him before he arrived. He was prepared to break through to the late empty god realm in the space of fortune. 2 mirror image doppelgangers split up. Yi Qinfeng did not know how many spirits of fortune were hidden in the forest. To be safe, he ordered his 2 mirror image doppelgangers to fly to the east and west of the forest, respectively. He wanted to disperse the spirits of fortune as much as possible. The 2 mirror image doppelgangers flew at an extremely fast speed for half an incense stick's time. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He could clearly feel that his 2 mirror image doppelgangers had been severely damaged. There are so many spirits of fortune in this forest. The moment the 2 mirror image doppelgangers were shattered, Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel that at least 20 spirits of fortune had appeared in the forest. Facing the attacks of so many spirits of fortune, not to mention the 2 mirror image doppelgangers, even he himself could not withstand it. It seems that killing spirits of fortune is not as easy as I thought. Yi Qinfeng mumbled to himself. Danger! While flying, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt the power of the seal. When he dodged the seal's attack, he realized that the ancient trees around him had all come alive and surrounded him. 13 spirits of fortune. Facing the joint attack of 13 spirits of fortune at the same time, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed instantly. Although he was powerful, he definitely could not withstand the joint attack of 13 spirits of fortune. Without thinking, he immediately broke through the encirclement towards the south. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yi Qinfeng broke through the encirclement, the 13 spirits of fortune launched their attacks at the same time. The terrifying power of fortune instantly destroyed him, crazily destroying the primitive body. Double domain defense. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng opened up the power of 2 domains, using the primitive domain and the sword domain to block the attack of the spirits of fortune. However, the power of fortune was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two domains that Yi Qinfeng opened up were shattered. The terrifying remaining power of fortune continued to tear through the domains, ruthlessly bombarding his body. If not for the fact that the primitive body was too strong, this attack would have been enough to shatter his physical body and kill him. Time stop. Facing the remaining power of fortune head-on, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and forcefully stopped the flow of time around him. Following that, he merged the primitive domain and the sword domain, launching a fatal attack on the two spirits of fortune guarding the south. Ancestral swords, 3,000 God-transforming fist. Yi Qinfeng's left hand executed the ancestral swords, while his right hand executed the 3,000 God-transforming fist. The explosive power of the two supreme mystiques directly shattered the two spirits of fortune, creating an opening. In an instant, he merged the power of fortune from the two spirits of fortune. Yi Qinfeng immediately increased his speed to break through the encirclement. At this moment, the remaining 11 spirits of fortune worked together to shatter the time stop. They blocked his path at an extremely fast speed and continued to attack him ferociously. Fight! After failing to break through the encirclement, Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth and quickly merged with the chaotic Dharma form and the heart of God. He raised his fighting power to the maximum, wielding the universal sword, and engaged in a fierce battle with the 11 spirits of fortune. Cosmos Sword Formation. In order to block the attacks of the 11 spirits of fortune, Yi Qinfeng quickly summoned more than 400 ancestral swords, forming a Cosmos Sword Formation around him. He tried his best to weaken the attacks of the 11 spirits of fortune. However, the power of fortune was too terrifying. In an instant, the Cosmos Sword Formation was shattered into pieces. Seizing the moment when the Cosmos Sword Formation was blocking the attacks, Yi Qinfeng merged the power of the two domains and continuously launched fatal attacks on one of the spirits of fortune. He tried his best to injure him severely. After killing one of the spirits of fortune, Yi Qinfeng's injuries worsened. However, he did not retreat. He forcefully performed the time stop, restricting the 10 spirits of fortune, and continued to launch fatal attacks on them. Just as Yi Qinfeng unleashed all his skills and killed 5 spirits of fortune, his primitive body was severely injured. Many parts of his body were pierced by the terrifying power of fortune, and he was drenched in blood. Chapter 2120. Phew, the creation realm beings are too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng heaved a sigh of relief after returning to his original spot. He mumbled to himself with lingering fear. Without the space teleportation talisman that Tai Yi had given him, it would have been extremely difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. After returning to his original spot, Yi Qinfeng did not linger. He immediately left and found a relatively safe place to hide his aura. He hid underground and focused on refining the power of creation in his body. The power of creation was extremely vast. Even with Yi Qinfeng's abilities, it would take a long time for him to refine it. However, Yi Qinfeng had already thought of a way to speed up the refinement of the power of creation. He was multitasking. He merged the vast power of creation into his chaotic Dharma power and virtual God Sword Soul, using the power of creation to change them. Once the virtual God Sword Soul and chaotic Dharma power changed, Yi Qinfeng's combat strength would increase greatly. After about a month of refinement, Yi Qinfeng had basically refined the power of creation in his body. His abilities had increased tremendously. His chaotic Dharma power and virtual God Sword Soul had also changed. Sensing the benefits of the power of creation, Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate. He broke through the ground and once again entered the dangerous primeval forest to kill the creation realm beings. With his previous experience, Yi Qinfeng was much more careful when he entered the primeval forest. He also used his 2 mirror image clones to test the waters. Soon, the two mirror image clones were attacked by the creation realm beings who had transformed into boulders. This is my chance. Looking at the three beings of destiny attacking the mirror image clone, Yi Qinfeng immediately raised his battle prowess to the maximum. He wielded the myriad origin sword, which had fused with the godly metal and had an attack power that was more than 10 times stronger than before. Godless sword. As he stabbed out, the boundless sword aura shook the heavens and earth. The unparalleled power of the sword principle instantly tore through the space. The sword stabbed into the body of a creation realm being. More than 100,000 kilograms of power poured into his body, shattering it. Then, Yi Qinfeng instantly merged the two domains. Using the power of the two domains, he performed the 3,000 god-transforming fists with one hand and the 10,000 swords with the other, attacking the other two spirits of creation. After absorbing a large amount of the power of creation, Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess had soared by a few times. The attack unleashed by fusing the powers of the two great domains had dealt a fatal blow to the two creatures of creation. Boom! The two creatures of fortune were sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's supreme divine ability and were severely injured. Void God Sword Soul / Without giving the two creatures a chance to catch their breaths, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Void God Sword Spirit and launched a fatal attack at the two creatures. Their bodies were split open like lightning, killing them instantly. After killing the three creatures of creation at lightning speed, Yi Qinfeng's body was immediately fused with a large amount of the power of creation. After successfully killing the three creatures of creation, Yi Qinfeng immediately retracted his aura and hid himself, waiting for an opportunity to continue killing. While Yi Qinfeng was killing creatures of creation in the space of creation, Yi Wuji went deep into the Celestial Clan and used the most powerful method to continuously extract the origin energy of heaven and earth that the Celestial Clan had suppressed. This completely infuriated the Celestial Clan and shocked the entire Void God world. Yi Wuji attacked the Celestial Clan one after another, and a mysterious person also attacked the Celestial Clan. He forcefully extracted the origin energy of the Celestial Clan and fought with the leader of the Celestial Clan, Supreme Shintian. Before Yi Wuji appeared, Supreme Shintian was known as the #1 person in the Void God world. However, when he fought with the mysterious person, his body was split open by the mysterious person's sword, causing a huge commotion once again. Wuji, who do you think the mysterious person who suddenly attacked the Celestial Clan is? The god of life, who was wearing a red dress and had fair skin, exuded a mature charm. She personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Yi Wuji and looked at his angular side profile as she asked softly, "If I'm not wrong, that person should be the human emperor." Yi Qinfeng took a sip of spiritual tea and said indifferently, "Human emperor." He actually hid so deeply. Thinking of the rumors of the mysterious person splitting Supreme Shintian with one sword, Shin Yaotian said worriedly, "Wuji, if you fight with the human emperor, how confident are you in defeating him?" "If I don't use the power of the little 6 paths, I have a 30% chance of defeating him. However, if I use the little 6 paths, he will definitely lose," Yi Wuji replied domineeringly. "That's good." Hearing Yi Wuji's reply, Shen Yaotian was relieved. "Oh right, Wuji, how is Qingfeng now? He's not in danger, right? Don't worry about Qingfeng. He is far more outstanding than we imagined. If everything goes well when he returns, his strength will definitely undergo a qualitative leap." Speaking of Yi Qinfeng, Yi Wuji couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. As he spoke, Yi Wuji's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he mysteriously disappeared from the bedroom and appeared in the sky above the dazzling mansion. Looking at the sky covered by crimson clouds, an extremely strong desire to fight appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the ocean. "Shen Huang, you finally can't help but make a move?" Yi Wuji said with a high desire to fight. "Yi Wuji, you've gone too far. Do you really think that I can't kill you?" An ancient and powerful voice rang out in the crimson clouds, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Shen Huang, if you can kill me, will you still hold back? Yi Wuji smiled and said fearlessly, make your move. Let me see how much your strength has improved after holding back for so many years. Yi Wuji, I swear that I will destroy you. Yi Wuji's words touched Shen Huang's wound, causing him to go crazy and enrage him. As he spoke, a gigantic hand that was hundreds of feet long broke out of the crimson clouds. It was like a mountain that covered the sky and the sun. It evolved into a vast sea of will and suppressed Yi Wuji. As the crimson hand pressed down, Yi Wuji's hands quickly twisted and condensed into a giant handprint that contained the will of life and death. He met it head-on. Boom! The two handprints collided in midair, instantly creating an endless destructive force that caused the space within a radius of dozens of miles to collapse. Shen Huang, your strength is only SOSO. After breaking Shen Huang's attack with one strike, Yi Wuji let out a long and loud roar. He broke into the crimson clouds at an extremely fast speed and destroyed the mark that Shen Huang left in the clouds. Although there was only Shen Huang's mark in the crimson clouds, its power was terrifying. With Yi Wuji's combat ability, he fought fiercely for nearly half an hour before breaking the mark. At the same time, crimson clouds also appeared in the sky above the Kunlun Holy Land. Shen Huang left a mark in the air and attacked the Ren Huang in the depths of the Kunlun Holy Land. Although Shen Huang attacked from a distance and couldn't do anything to Yi Wuji and the Ren Huang, the strength that he displayed shocked the entire Void God realm and boosted the morale of the Divine Clan. Wuji God, based on your observation, how much of Shen Huang's injury has recovered? After witnessing the battle between Yi Wuji and Shen Huang's mark, Chasing Sun God and the others revealed heavy expressions. If I'm not wrong, Shen Huang's injury is about to recover. He attacked from a distance, this time to give me a warning not to go to the Divine Clan to cause trouble. Otherwise, he will do everything he can to kill me. Yi Wuji looked at the distant horizon and said in a low voice, Wuji, what should we do next? Shen Yaotian asked worriedly. Continue to look for the main ingredient for refining pills. As long as I reach the peak of the Void God realm, Shen Huang won't be a threat anymore. But we don't have enough resources to refine the heaven-seizing divine pill. Shen Yaotian said, I'm preparing to make a trip to the ancient clan. Maybe they have something that I need. Yi Wuji took a deep breath and said, if there's no other way, I'll enter the Divine Clan again. With the protection of the Little Six Paths, even Shen Huang's true form won't be able to kill me. Chapter 21:21. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Yi Qinfeng had a narrow escape and killed close to 100 creatures of creation. Through his cultivation, he integrated the boundless power of creation into his body and reached the bottleneck of his realm. His chaotic Dharma power was also on the verge of transforming. Sword Soul, transform! Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, hid underground and integrated a large amount of power of creation into his Sword Soul. After integrating a large amount of power of creation, his Sword Soul underwent a qualitative transformation and transformed into a creation Sword Soul. Its power was comparable to a creation divine weapon. The transformation of the Sword Soul greatly increased Yi Qinfeng's fighting strength. He adjusted his breathing for a while, and once again charged into the primeval forest where a large number of creatures of creation were hidden. He hunted them down in the depths of the forest. The deeper he went, the stronger the fighting strength of the creatures of creation became. Yi Qinfeng knew that he was in great danger. Oh no, there are 10 creatures of creation. When Yi Qinfeng sneaked into a secluded mountain valley, he accidentally triggered the restrictions in the valley. Then, with his sharp senses, he discovered 10 terrifyingly powerful beings of creation in the depths of the valley. One of them was almost at the great perfection of the empty God realm, which posed a fatal threat to Yi Qinfeng. However, after more than 3 years of life and death experience, Yi Qinfeng's heart had also undergone a huge transformation. He didn't back down and controlled the creation sword spirit to fuse into the universal origin sword as he faced the 10 great creatures of creation. Weapon controlling art. When Yi Qinfeng got close to the 10 spirits of creation, he immediately summoned the 10 great void god artifacts. Using the way of equipment manipulation, he activated the divine imprints on the 10 great void god artifacts. In an instant, the power of the 10 great void god artifacts was raised to the maximum. He launched the 10 great void god artifacts at the 3 spirits of creation that resembled tree gods. The creatures of creation were highly intelligent. They could sense the terror of the 10 empty god weapons and instinctively wanted to dodge. At that moment, the extremely fast Yi Qinfeng closed in on the 3 creatures of destiny. He used time stop and forcefully froze the entire space. The 3 creatures of destiny were locked in place, making it impossible for them to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the 10 empty god weapons had arrived. The terrifying might of the empty god weapons pierced through the bodies of the 3 beings of creation, injuring them severely. Chaos Divine would devour! Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and released the power of chaos without waiting for the 3 creatures to escape. It pressed down on the heavily injured bodies of the 3 great creatures of fortune, forcibly shattering them and crazily devouring the power of fortune in their bodies. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 of the creatures of destiny. The attacks of the 7 creatures of destiny swept over and sealed off the entire space, making it impossible for him to escape. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng opened up his 2 domains and used the power of his 2 domains to withstand the attacks of the 7 creation realm beings. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions rang out on the surface of the 2 domains. Facing the attacks of the 7 creation realm beings, Yi Qinfeng's 2 domains were forcefully shattered. In the instant that Yi Qinfeng used the 2 domains to block the attacks, he dodged the remaining force and appeared in midair. Swish! Yi Qinfeng took in a deep breath. His entire body fused with the universal origin sword as he launched an attack on the 7 creation realm beings. The universal origin sword had fused with the creation sword soul. Its power surpassed that of ordinary creation realm divine weapons and posed a fatal threat to the creation realm beings. With a single sword strike, one of the creation realm beings who could not dodge in time was pierced through by Yi Qinfeng's sword. However, the attacks of the creation realm beings were impossible to defend against. The moment he pierced through the creation realm beings, he was attacked by the other 6 creation realm beings. His entire body was sent flying and landed heavily in the distance, breaking a thick ancient tree. Chaos Divine would devour! Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, crawled up and controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to suppress the creation realm being who had just been pierced through by the universal origin sword. Then the Chaos Divine Wood started to devour him. In an instant, this creation realm being started to wither. In the end, he was swallowed by the Chaos Divine Wood. After devouring 4 creation realm beings consecutively and increasing the speed of the Chaos Divine Wood's transformation, Yi Qinfeng recalled the Chaos Divine Wood with a thought. He fused with the Chaos Divine Wood and increased his battle strength to engage in an intense battle with the remaining creation realm beings. The attacks of the creation realm beings were extremely powerful. This was especially so for the creation realm beings who were close to the great perfection of the void god realm. They dealt great damage to Yi Qinfeng, continuously damaging his desolate body and dealing fatal blows to him. Yi Qinfeng's injuries became more and more severe, but he did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and bitterly persevered. He fought fiercely against the 6 great creatures of creation. He also did his best to destroy 3 of them, allowing the Chaos Divine Wood to devour them all. Kacha! Kacha! After devouring 7 creation realm beings consecutively, the mottled bark of the Chaos Divine Wood began to fall off and new bark grew. Although the new bark was not as thick as the old bark, mysterious divine patterns appeared on the surface of the new bark. The chaos divine wood nurtured also became more terrifying. Desolate domain, sword domain, fuse! Sensing that the chaos divine wood was about to transform, the severely injured Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. He did not retreat. He forcefully fused the powers of the two domains and used his body to perform the sect summoning sword. His left hand performed the 3,000 god-transforming fist, while his right hand blasted out the god-destroying blow. He launched a fatal attack on the three creation realm beings. Boom! The three supreme mystiques blasted out at the same time. Yi Qinfeng's divine power was instantly depleted. The terrifying supreme mystique shattered the entire space and ruthlessly bombarded the three creation realm beings. In an instant, two creation realm beings were severely injured and the strongest creation realm being was pushed back a few hundred meters. Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and had limitless divine power. However, using three supreme mystiques at the same time still caused him to feel drained in a short period of time. Despite being in danger, Yi Qinfeng still did not retreat. He immediately summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and suppressed the two creation realm beings whose bodies had been destroyed. He frantically devoured them. Rumble! While the Chaos Divine Wood was frantically devouring the two creation realm beings, the strongest creation realm being flew over and continuously launched fatal attacks on Yi Qinfeng. It wanted to take advantage of Yi Qinfeng's weakness to kill him. Facing the strongest creation realm being's attack, Yi Qinfeng could not retaliate at all. He could only rely on his speed to dodge. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng could not hold on any longer, the Chaos Divine Wood that had devoured the two creation realm beings completed its final transformation. It allowed the Chaos Divine Wood to possess the combat power of the perfect Void God Realm. Chaos Divine Wood, destroy him for me. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to transform into the Chaos Divine Wood and charged over. It engaged in a fierce battle with the strongest creation realm being. The transformation of the Chaos Divine would cause the Chaos Divine Wood's combat power to increase by almost 100 times. In addition to its indestructible body, it instantly suppressed the strongest creation realm being and forced him to retreat continuously. Soon, under the attacks of the Chaos Divine Wood, the strongest creation realm being's body was destroyed. It turned into pure power of creation and merged with Yi Qinfeng's body. After killing the 10 creation realm beings, the Chaos Divine Wood completed its transformation. Yi Qinfeng, who was severely injured, immediately found a safe place and hid underground. He quickly refined the power of creation that had merged with his body. About a month passed. Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding underground, had completely healed his injuries and refined all the power of creation that had merged with his body. After refining all the power of creation, Yi Qinfeng frowned. He realized that his chaotic body had developed a strong resistance against the power of creation. The lowest level of power of creation could no longer increase his combat power. It is indeed difficult to break through to the later stage of the empty God realm. It seems that I have to go deeper and hunt down high-level creation realm beings. Only then can I use the power of creation to break through to the later stage of the empty God realm. Chapter 21-22. Destroy! Yi Qinfeng roared as his entire body merged with the universal origin sword. He killed 3 spirits of creation in a single strike and merged a large amount of creation power into it. This was because the ordinary power of creation was no longer of any use to Yi Qinfeng. Thus, he fused all the power of creation that had entered his body into his Chaos Dharma idol, increasing its battle prowess. After killing 3 spirits of creation in a single strike, Yi Qinfeng continued to go deeper into the forest without slowing down. Because the Chaos Dharma power had completed its transformation, Yi Qinfeng's fighting strength increased rapidly. Ordinary spirits of creation were no longer a threat to him. Soon he flew to the deepest part of the forest and discovered a spirit of creation that was close to 30 feet tall. He was completely golden and held a huge axe. His fighting strength was at the peak of the great void god realm. Besides this golden spirit of creation, Yi Qinfeng also discovered more than 10 spirits of creation that were close to the great void god realm. Could this be the spirit of Creation King? Looking at the golden spirit of creation in front of him, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that if he could kill this spirit of Creation King, he would be able to enter the later stage of the great void god realm. Then he would be able to return to the great void god realm. Let's fight! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and merged with the chaos dharma power in an instant. He raised his fighting strength to the maximum and attacked the spirit of Creation King. Yi Qinfeng's attack startled the spirits of creation around the spirit of Creation King, causing them to attack Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng was no longer the same as before. He had merged with the chaos dharma power, the heart of God, and burned his Hongming blood. His fighting strength was close to the great void god realm, and he easily blocked the attacks of more than 10 spirits of creation. Just as Yi Qinfeng's sword was about to strike the spirit of Creation King at lightning speed, the spirit of Creation King swung his huge axe. It was as though he was swinging a huge mountain as he attacked Yi Qinfeng with the power of heaven and earth. Boom! With the myriad origin sword in hand, Yi Qinfeng took the blow head-on. His body trembled violently as he was knocked back several hundred meters by the giant axe. Creation sword spirit slash! Yi Qinfeng was pushed back by the Creation Spirit King, but he did not slow down his attacks. With a thought, he controlled the sword spirit to break out of the Sea of Soul and slashed at the 2 Creation Spirit Kings that were flying toward him. With one slash, the 2 Creation Spirit Kings were pushed back. While Yi Qinfeng was engaged in a fierce battle with the spiritualist king at the end of the forest, Yi Wuji, who had gone to the ancient clan, returned to his residence. Although he had obtained a few of the main ingredients for refining pills from the ancient race, his expression became increasingly solemn. "What's wrong, Wuji? What happened in the ancient race?" Seeing that Yi Wuji had returned with a heavy heart, Chasing Sun God and the others immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sai, according to clan leader Gu, the ancient road of stars might appear in the next 10 years. Yi Wuji sighed softly. Originally, according to his calculations, the ancient road of stars would appear in 100 years. But now, the ancient road of stars had appeared more than 90 years earlier, completely messing up his plans. What? The ancient road of stars is appearing so soon. Hearing this news, Chasing Sun God and the others' expressions turned solemn. Although Yi Wuji's strength was terrifying and he had refined the little 6 paths, there was still a huge gap between him and the divine glory that had been hiding. If the ancient road of stars appeared at this time, the divine glory would undoubtedly obtain the greatest opportunity from the ancient road of stars. At that time, they would really be in danger. Clan leader Gu also told me something more important. According to his calculations, the appearance of the ancient road of stars this time is very likely to give me an opportunity to become a god. Yi Wuji revealed another important piece of information. This, Wuji, do you think Gu Qianqiu's calculations are correct? Chasing Sun God and the others gasped. I had some doubts at first, but the ancient clan once obtained a compass on the ancient road of stars. Clan leader Gu used that compass to make his calculations. Yi Wuji said, I also saw that compass and tried to calculate it. Clan leader Gu's calculations should be correct. Could it be that even the heavens are helping the divine clan? Chasing Sun God, Xin Yaotian, and the others' expressions became more and more solemn. They were very clear that once the divine glory became a god, there would be no place for them in the void god realm. All the clans would be swallowed up by the divine clan. We should still have a chance. As long as we refine the heaven-seizing supreme pill before the ancient road of stars appears, and allow me to break through to the extreme void god realm. I will be able to destroy the divine glory scheme. Yi Wuji took a deep breath and said, Wuji, have you gathered all the main ingredients for the heaven-seizing supreme pill from the ancient clan? The god of life asked. I still haven't found the rootless holy water, but clan leader Gu told me that Tai has it. Yi Wuji said. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go to the lower realm to find Tai. Time was of the essence, and Shan Yaotian did not want to waste any more time, so she urged. Okay, I'll call Qingfeng back now. Although the opportunity to train in the creation space was rare, they did not have much time to waste. Yi Wuji immediately took out his communication pearl and sent a message to Yi Qinfeng, who was bathed in blood, to call him back. At this time, Yi Qinfeng and the Creation Being King's battle had reached the climax. The Creation Being King's subordinates had all been killed by Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 swords, 3,000 God-transforming fist. Although he was severely injured, Yi Qinfeng did not retreat. He continued to use the two supreme superpowers to attack the Creation Being King, doing his best to worsen his injuries. Yi Qinfeng's attacks were ferocious, but the Creation Being King's attacks were equally terrifying. His attacks, which were enough to kill a late void god realm expert, continuously landed on the Chaos Being King. If not for the fact that the Chaos Dharma form had completed its transformation and had the battle strength of a great void god, Yi Qinfeng would not have been able to hold on. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Yi Qinfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and continued to attack the Spirit King. He pressed forward bravely, and his unrelenting attacks slowly suppressed the Spirit King, forcing him to retreat. Roar, roar, roar. The Creation Being King was completely enraged when his attacks were suppressed. He opened his mouth and let out a ferocious roar, attacking Yi Qinfeng with all his might. This is my chance. When the Creation Being King attacked with all his might, Yi Qinfeng seized this fleeting opportunity. He instantly stopped time and used the way of weapon control that he had not used before, controlling the 10 void god weapons to launch a fatal attack on the Creation Being King. Sensing the danger, the Creation Being King shattered the forbidden space. However, his injuries were too severe. Moreover, he had just used his strongest attack, causing his body to pause momentarily. He could not dodge the 10 void god weapons that were right in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. 10 deafening explosions sounded on the surface of the Creation Being King's body as the terrifying attacks continued to shatter his body. It's over. 2 realms merge. 3 supreme superpowers. As the Spirit King of Creation's body continued to shatter, Yi Qinfeng ignored his injuries and unleashed 3 supreme divine abilities. They bombarded the Spirit King of Creation's shattered body, destroying his powerful body and killing him. After killing the Creation Being King, a large amount of creation energy entered Yi Qinfeng's body, helping Yi Qinfeng to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation base and reach the late void god realm. His physical body's strength increased to 30 trillion gene, and his battle strength increased by almost 100 times. It's time to go back. Chapter 21-23. Late Stage, Empty God Realm. Looks like you killed a lot of creatures in the creation space. Seeing Yi Qinfeng walk out of the space gate, Yi Wuji sensed his cultivation level and smiled with satisfaction. Here, take this God-Eater brain. With a thought, Yi Wuji summoned the God-Eater brain and returned it to Yi Qinfeng. Father, you broke the trick tie left in the God-Eater brain. The God-Eating brain's help to Yi Qinfeng was self-evident. Looking at the God-Eating brain, Yi Qinfeng was secretly delighted. Not yet, but the trick tie left in the God-Eater brain is no longer a threat to you. I can break it with just a thought. Yi Wuji shook his head. Father, are you going to trick Tai Yi? Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows and guessed Yi Wuji's plan. That's right. I want to use this primitive heart to control Tai Yi and subdue him by force. Yi Wuji nodded and said, Chengfeng, have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we will return to the Duhan continent. The mysterious sea was the most mysterious and largest sea in the Central World. It was vast and boundless, hiding countless secrets. Princess, this mysterious sea is too dangerous. We can't go any deeper. A Nirvana old man in a linen robe, with white hair and a face full of vicissitudes of life, was following a girl in green closely and trying to persuade her. What are you afraid of? Sword Elder, with your protection, how can the demonic beasts in the mysterious sea hurt me? The girl in green said with a smile, Sigh, Princess, don't underestimate this mysterious sea. Even Nirvana realm cultivators don't dare to go deep into the mysterious sea, let alone me. The old man in linen robe sighed softly and continued to persuade her helplessly. All right. We will go another 100 nautical miles. If we don't find anything else, we will go back. The girl in green said dispiritedly. She continued to swim deeper into the mysterious sea, looking for opportunities at the bottom of the sea. What is that? As she flew, the girl in green suddenly saw a faint white light in front of her. She was delighted and immediately swam over. This is the deep sea holy fruit. Near the white light, the woman in the green dress was pleasantly surprised to find a small tree growing in a pile of rocks at the bottom of the sea. There were 3 fruits on the tree that were emitting faint white light. Seeing the 3 fruits, the woman in the green dress was overjoyed. She immediately wanted to pick the 3 deep sea saint fruits. Oh no, there's danger. When the woman in the green dress approached the 3 deep sea holy fruits, the linen-robed old man suddenly sensed danger under the rubble. His face changed slightly, and he immediately summoned 3 extremely sharp holy swords and attacked at an extremely fast speed. The old man's reaction was extremely fast, but the demon beast hiding under the rubble and guarding the 3 deep sea holy fruits was even faster. With a deafening beast roar, a dragon turtle with a dragon head, a tortoise body, and limbs as thick as pillars shattered the rocks. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the woman in the green dress, whose expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, the dragon turtle bit the woman in the green dress. However, in the next moment, a jade-green crystal on the woman's neck suddenly exploded. A terrifying force radiated from the crystal, directly shattering the dragon turtle's head and turning its tough body into a bloody mist. Princess, are you all right? The old man in the green dress immediately came to her side and asked in concern when he saw the woman in the green dress stunned by what had just happened. I am fine. The woman in the green dress gulped and said with lingering fear, Princess, it's too dangerous here. Let's leave quickly. The old man in the green dress took the 3 deep sea holy fruits and was about to leave with the frightened woman in the green dress. Roar, roar, roar! Suddenly a series of deafening beast roars rang out. Many demon beasts living in the mysterious sea were attracted by the powerful smell of blood from the dragon turtle's body. They surrounded the woman in the green dress and the old man in the green dress. 3 sacred beasts. Seeing the appearance of the 3 sacred beasts, the old man in the green dress's expression changed slightly. He sent a voice transmission to the woman in the green dress. Princess, I'll try my best to tear open the gap later. Don't worry about me, and leave quickly. Try your best to swim to the surface. You'll be safe as long as you can swim to the surface. But Sword Elder, what will you do if I escape? The woman in the green dress knew that her willfulness had brought her a lot of trouble. She was filled with regret and said with tears in her eyes, Don't worry, Princess. I'm a Nirvana Almighty. How can such demon beasts threaten my life? The old man in the green dress comforted her softly. However, he was thinking that he would definitely die. But, Princess, there are no buts. If you don't escape now, you and I will be trapped here until we die. The old man in the green dress urged anxiously, "Roar, roar, roar." While they were communicating, the ferocious demon beasts attacked the woman in the green dress and the old man in the green dress ferociously. "Princess, run quickly!" The ferocious demon beasts attacked. The old man in the green dress instantly burned his powerful blood and chi. He controlled the 3 sacred swords and attacked the demon beasts one by one. He wanted to use all his strength to tear open a gap and let the woman in the green dress escape. The old man in the green dress's full strength attack was very powerful. However, there were too many demon beasts surrounding them. Under one attack, 2 demon beasts were killed. However, the gap that had just been opened was immediately sealed by the other demon beasts, making it impossible for the woman in the green dress to escape. Smelling the smell of blood, the demon beasts in the sea became more ferocious. They crazily attacked the woman in the green dress and the old man in the green dress, causing them to be in danger. Just as the old man in the green dress was about to explode himself to open a way for the woman in the green dress, he suddenly felt that the space around him had solidified. The 3 demon beasts that opened their bloody mouths to bite him were frozen in the sea. However, he could clearly see the sharp fangs of the 3 demon beasts. What's wrong? Not only were the demon beasts unable to move, but the old man in the green dress also found that he couldn't move. Just as his face was filled with fear, he suddenly saw the bodies of the ferocious demon beasts explode, turning into clouds of bloody mist. The old man in the green dress and the woman in the green dress felt their bodies lighten. They disappeared into the blood-stained sea and appeared under a beautiful coral reef. "Are you all right?" Looking at the frightened woman in the green dress and the old man in the green dress, a tall and handsome man in a white robe smiled faintly and asked softly, "You saved us." The woman in the green dress, who had regained her senses, looked at the familiar face of the man in the white robe. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, gratefully, "Yes, we saved you." The man in the white robe nodded. He looked at the woman in the green dress. Her face was smooth, her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her eyebrows were like ink paintings. She was as beautiful as the autumn waters. She was indescribably delicate, and there was a pure vitality to her. He asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Yi Tian." The woman in the green dress said sweetly, "Yi Tian." The man in the white robe's emotions clearly changed. "Is your mother Shui Han Yan?" "Uncle, you know my mother?" The woman in the green dress widened her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise. The old man in the green dress, however, looked alert. He kept sizing up Yi Chinfeng. "I know her because I'm your father." The man in the white robe nodded and said, Chapter 21-24. "You're my father." Yi Tianer was confused. The old man in the linen robe was shocked. He said respectfully, "You're the sword god, your majesty." "Yes, I'm Yi Chinfeng." Yi Chinfeng nodded. "Greetings, your majesty, sword god." The old man in the linen robe had seen Yi Chinfeng's portrait before. Coupled with his unfathomable strength and his face that looked similar to Yi Tian-er's, he was sure of Yi Chinfeng's identity. He knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. "Chinfeng, this is my granddaughter." Shan Yaotian was overjoyed when she found out that Yi Tian-er was Yi Chinfeng's daughter. She immediately went to Yi Tian, always sighed and gently held her hand. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. You're really my father." Yi Tian-er could not accept this fact for a while. However, when she looked at Yi Chinfeng, she felt a strong bloodline connection. "Yes, I'm your father." Yi Chinfeng nodded. He looked at Yi Tian-er dotingly and said, "If you don't believe me, you'll know when you return to the 9-sword palace with me." After confirming Yi Chinfeng and Yi Tian-er's identities, Yi Wuji, Shin Yaotian, and Yu Yeming spoiled Yi Tian-er. Even Yu Nikhang and Xia Wendy did not blame Yi Chinfeng. Instead, they looked at Yi Tian with tender eyes. Tian, Sword 9, come with us to meet someone. After that, we'll return to the 9-sword palace together. Yi Chenfeng was worried about letting Yi Tian, and Sword 9 go back first, so he kept them by his side. He crossed the vast sea and flew toward the mysterious space where Tai was cultivating. What a fast speed! Father, what realm are you in? Being in Yi Chenfeng's embrace and feeling the lightning-fast speed, Yi Tian said excitedly, you must be really strong. I just broke through to the late stage of the virtual god realm. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said dotingly, what's the late stage of the virtual god realm? How powerful is he? Yi Tian did not know much about the void god realm, so she did not know how terrifying a late-stage void god was. Yi Chenfeng said with a smile, I can pierce through the entire Duhan continent with a single full-powered strike. Really? Yi Tian sucked in a cold breath. The Duhan continent was billions of miles wide. Yi Tian dared not imagine how powerful Yi Chenfeng's attack was. Of course. Yi Chenfeng gently stroked Yi Tian's head. Around 2 hours later, Yi Chenfeng and the others arrived at Tai Yi's mysterious space. Before Yi Chenfeng could say anything, a crack appeared in the mysterious space. Tai Yi's voice rang out. Wuji God, Heavenly Jade God, Life God, long time no see. Yes, it has indeed been countless years since we last met. Yi Wuji walked into the mysterious space and looked at Tai Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on a cloud. He was wearing a white robe and looked like an immortal. Brother Tai Yi, would you like to guess why our family is here? We don't have good intentions, Tai Yi said calmly. Why do you say that, Brother Tai Yi? Yi Wuji smiled and said, we're here to tell you 3 important pieces of information. What information? Tai Yi asked calmly. Within 10 years, the ancient star road will appear in the void god world. Yi Wuji said. Really? Tai Yi couldn't stay calm after hearing this news. Absolutely. Yi Wuji nodded and said, the second piece of information is that Shen Huang is about to come out of seclusion. Shen Huang really didn't die. Tai Yi knew how terrifying Shen Huang was. He couldn't help but look serious. Tai Yi thought for a moment and asked, what's the third piece of information? There might be an opportunity to become a god on the ancient star road this time, Yi Wuji said shockingly. It's true. Tai Yi said, losing his composure. Even Yi Chenfeng looked at Yi Wuji. Yes, this was calculated by Qinggu Qiu. Yi Wuji nodded and said, Brother Tai Yi, you've been quiet for so many years. Isn't it time for you to return to the void god world? Yi Wuji, don't tell me you want me to help you get the opportunity to become a god? Tai Yi said unkindly. That's right. What do you think, Brother Tai Yi? Yi Wuji nodded and said, Yi Wuji, aren't you overestimating yourself? What's the relationship between you and me? Why should I take such a big risk to help you become a god? Tai Yi snorted and said rudely, because I have a better chance of becoming a god than you do. Also, I can help you take revenge on the human emperor. I can also promise you that if I become a god, I'll give you a world. Yi Wuji said patiently. Not interested. Tai Yi shook his head and refused directly. What if I give this great chaos heart to you? Yi Wuji had expected Tai Yi to refuse, so he wasn't angry. With a thought, he summoned the heavy great chaos heart. You really have the great chaos heart. Looking at the great chaos heart in Yi Wuji's hand, Tai Yi's eyes lit up. If he could get the great chaos heart, he could use the power of the great chaos heart to reach the peak of the empty god realm. However, thinking of Yi Wuji's methods, he suppressed his greed and said, Yi Wuji, if I'm not wrong, you did something to the great chaos heart, right? Tai Yi, you're too weak. You've already lost the heart to become a god. Why are you still so stubborn? Yi Wuji shook his head and said, You were so scared by the human emperor that you didn't dare to return to the empty god realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that you're faced with the opportunity to break through to the peak of the empty god realm, you don't dare to take it. Tell me, with your cowardice, how can you become a god? Humph, I don't need you to worry about me. After Yi Wuji said that, Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation. All right, Tai, let's not beat around the bush. I did do something to the great chaos heart, but you also did something to my son's god-eater brain. Yi Wuji said, how about we make a deal? I'll undo the trick in the great chaos heart, and you'll undo the trick in the god-eater brain. Okay, let me think about it. Tai looked Yi Wuji up and down, lost in thought. All right, first, break the hidden hand in the great desolate's heart and give it to me. If I can refine it and confirm that there are no problems, I will release the hidden hand in the god-eater's brain and give it to your son. The temptation of breaking through to the peak of the empty god realm was too great. After thinking about it, Tai decided to take the risk and finally agreed. Okay, Yi Wuji nodded and forcefully undid the trick in the great chaos heart. Yi Wuji, you're really capable. You actually left 36 restrictions in the great chaos heart, Tai said with a gloomy face as he watched Yi Wuji undoing the trick in the great chaos heart. Humph, you're also capable. I can't undo the trick in the god-eater brain. Yi Wuji snorted and said, all right, I'll give you the great chaos heart. I hope you'll keep your word. Don't worry. Taking the great chaos heart, Tai couldn't help but look excited. He immediately dripped his blood on the great chaos heart and tried to communicate with it. After merging with Tai Yi's blood, the great chaos heart immediately established a connection with him. After confirming it repeatedly, he found that there was no problem with the great chaos heart and merged it into his body. The moment the great chaos heart completely merged with his body, Tai Yi's expression changed. He glared at Yi Wuji, who looked calm, and said, Yi Wuji, you despicable man. You lied to me. I lied to you. What can you do about it? Chapter 21-25. Yi Wuji, don't you call yourself an invincible hero? How could you do such a despicable thing? His life spirit was gradually being controlled by Yi Wuji. Tai panicked and attacked Yi Wuji like a madman. However, Tai Yi's combat ability was not as good as Yi Wuji's. Now that his life spirit was gradually being controlled, he was even less of a match for Yi Wuji. All he could do was roar in anger. Yi Wuji sent Tai flying with a punch and looked at him arrogantly. I'm just a hero, not a hero. You schemed against my son first. Do you think I can't do the same to you? Tai was furious. He threatened loudly, Yi Wuji, don't push me. If you push me too far, I'll make you and your son kill each other. Tai, you want to control my son with that little trick of yours? You're too naive. Yi Wuji sneered. With a thought, he controlled the devouring origin in the god-eater brain and destroyed Tai Yi's trick. He completely lost connection with the god-eater brain. This, after losing connection with the god-eater brain, Tai lost his biggest support and panicked. Yi Wuji, as long as you give up controlling me, I'm willing to help you fight for the throne. Tai had no choice but to compromise. However, Yi Wuji wasn't moved. The trick in the primitive heart continued to erode Tai Yi's life spirit and finally controlled him. Yi Wuji, aren't you afraid that I'll blow myself up and ruin all your plans? Tai had completely accepted his fate now that his life spirit was controlled by Yi Wuji. He glared at him with his blood-red eyes and roared loudly. Blow myself up? Tai snorted. If you had the courage to blow yourself up, I think you'd have returned to the void god world long ago. Tai was going crazy as Yi Wuji kept tearing at his scars. However, he really didn't have the courage to kill himself. He could only clench his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. All right, Tai, do you want to take revenge on the human sovereign? If you do, I'll help you reach the peak of the void god realm. Looking at the livid Tai, Yi Wuji said patiently, if you can help me win the throne, I'll not only give you freedom, but I'll also give you a world. Yi Wuji, although you are powerful, how confident are you in defeating Shen Huang? Tai Yi asked, somewhat resigned to his fate. Give me the rootless holy water and let me refine the heaven-seizing supreme pill. Then I'll have a 50% chance of defeating Shen Huang and seize the opportunity to become a god. Yi Wuji said, you can make the heaven-seizing god pill. Tai Yi's eyes widened in shock. The heaven-seizing divine pellet was the highest grade pellet in the void god world. If one wanted to refine the heaven-seizing divine pellet, one would need to gather many peerless items. Moreover, one would need to have extremely deep attainments in the Tao of Alchemy in order to be able to refine the heaven-seizing divine pellet. And the last time the heaven-seizing divine pill appeared, it had already been nearly 1,000,000 years since then. Yes, I have basically gathered the main ingredients for refining the heaven-seizing divine pill. Yi Wuji nodded. But as far as I know, the main ingredients for the heaven-seizing divine pill have long been extinct. Tai Yi said, extinct main ingredients can be replaced with origin energy. Yi Wuji said nonchalantly, all right, Tai Yi, our time is limited. If we want to seize the opportunity to become a god from Shen Huang, we have to race against time. Now, give me the rootless holy water. I'll help you break through to the peak of the void god realm. All right. Tai Yi sighed helplessly. He took out the rootless holy water that he had kept for countless years and handed it to Yi Wuji. Qingfeng, you guys go and take care of your personal matters in the Duhan continent. After I help Tai Yi break through to the peak of the void god realm, we'll return to the void god realm and settle the score with the human sovereign, Yi Wuji said as he put away the rootless holy water. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded. He led Yi Tian and the others out of the secret space where Tai Yi was and headed to the Nine Swords Divine Kingdom. The news of Yi Qinfeng and the others' return swept through the entire central world like a hurricane. The entire central world was in an uproar. All the forces rushed to the Nine Swords Palace to visit Yi Qinfeng. Even many important figures who had not shown themselves came out of seclusion. Yen, why don't you and Tian, come with us to the void god realm? Yi Qinfeng said softly as he gently hugged the seductive and beautiful Shui Hanyan's soft body. Shui Hanyan snuggled up to Yi Qinfeng's strong chest. She shook her head gently and rejected him tactfully. No, the void god realm doesn't belong to me. This is our home. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and protect our home. If you're tired one day, come back and find me. All right then. Yi Qinfeng knew that Shui Hanyan was a very opinionated woman. No amount of persuasion would work. He had no choice but to give up. He could only vent his endless longing in their embrace. After returning to the Nine Swords Palace, Yi Qinfeng spent every day with Shui Hanyan, Yu Nikhang, Xiao Wendy, and Yi Tian accompanying them to play. Oh, right, Qingfeng. I'll take you to meet a few friends. One day, Shui Hanyan, who was wearing a fiery red gauze skirt that outlined her seductive figure and exuded a faint fragrance, found Yi Qinfeng and pretended to be mysterious. Who? Yi Qinfeng looked into Shui Hanyan's charming eyes and asked, You'll know when we get there. Shui Hanyan gently pulled on Yi Qinfeng's hand and flew away from the Nine Swords Palace, heading for an ancient mountain forest not far from it. Jian Qin, Jian Mali, and Jian Tianzi Dilinga. Yi Qinfeng's soul was extremely powerful. After flying out of the mountain forest, he immediately sensed 5 familiar auras in a secluded valley. However, he didn't want to see Jian Tianzi, fearing that it would be awkward if he saw her. Let's go. I think they'll be very happy to see you. While hesitating, Shui Hanyan pulled Yi Qinfeng into the secluded valley. Qingfeng! Jian Qin, who was practicing his sword in the valley, suddenly saw two blurry figures appear. When he saw that one of them was the legend of the Duhan continent, Yi Chen-feng, his eyes widened and he cried out in excitement, "Brother Jian-Qin, long time no see!" Seeing Jian-Qin break through to nirvana, Yi Chen-feng couldn't help but smile. Hearing the commotion in the valley, Jian Mali, Jian Tianzi, Dilinga, and the others all appeared. Seeing Jian Tianzi again, Yi Chen-feng found that Jian Tianzi's cold face didn't reveal any embarrassment, as if she had forgotten the beautiful misunderstanding. Dilinga also didn't show any strong hostility towards Yi Chen-feng. The few of them happily sat together and talked about their experiences in the past few years. Time passed day by day, and Yi Chen-feng stayed in the Duhan continent for more than a year. During this year, he also made a trip to the Zijin kingdom to visit the Yi family, as well as Ji Qingxue and Baixia, who had become Zijin kingdom's goddess of war. During his stay in the fighting spirit continent, Yi Chen-feng had visited almost all his friends, but he hadn't seen the Heaven Plucker. However, he believed that with Heaven Plucker's strength and means, no one in the Duhan continent could threaten her life. It could only be fate that they didn't meet. While Yi Chen-feng stayed in the Duhan continent and enjoyed this rare peace, a storm suddenly surged in the depths of the mysterious sea, shocking the entire Duhan continent. Sai, Senior Tai, he has already broken through to the peak of the Nihility God realm. We have to leave too. Yi Chen-feng enjoyed this peaceful life. He knew that once he returned to the Nihility God realm, he would have to face an even more brutal, bloody storm. Moreover, the Battle of the Gods was about to begin. He didn't know if he could survive in the Battle of the Gods. However, he knew that his fate was already tied to the Battle of the Gods. There was no turning back. Tian, Ian, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourselves. If I have time, I'll definitely come down to visit you. Yi Chen-feng hugged Shui Han-yen, Jiao Yuan, and Yi Tian tightly in his arms as he reluctantly said goodbye. He didn't know if this farewell would be eternal. We'll wait for you, Shui Han-yen and the other two said with tears in their eyes. Chapter 21-26. The Kunlun Sacred Ground was one of the two sacred grounds of the human race. It was located in the Kunlun Celestial Mountain and controlled the fate of the human race. Due to the destruction of the Ascension Palace, the Kunlun Sacred Ground activated its strongest array formation and rejected all visitors. What's going on? The Kunlun Sacred Ground actually closed its mountain. That's right. The Kunlun Sacred Ground has never closed its mountain gate. What happened? Why? You don't know why the Kunlun Sacred Ground closed its mountain gate? While the human cultivators who came to the Kunlun Sacred Ground to become apprentices, visitors, and worship were discussing animatedly, a man in a white robe, who was not tall and had flat eyes, spoke. You know, as soon as the white-robed man finished speaking, pairs of eyes shot toward him. The Kunlun Sacred Ground closed its mountain gate and the destruction of the Ascension Palace. The white-robed man said slowly, according to reliable sources, the one who destroyed the Ascension Palace was a human cultivator. That person is extremely ambitious. After destroying the Ascension Palace, he wants to destroy the Kunlun Sacred Ground and unify the human race. What? There's such a thing? The human cultivators gathered outside the Kunlun Celestial Mountain were enraged when they heard what the white-robed man said. Do you know the name of that executioner? I heard that person is called Yi Chen-feng, the white-robed man said deliberately. Yi Chen-feng? Where did this person come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? No matter who he is a sinner of the human race for killing his own people. The heavens will not let him go, a human cultivator said with righteous indignation. It's not what he said. There's another reason why the Ascension Palace was destroyed. A tall and straight man in a black Taoist robe slowly walked over and said, also, the human emperor isn't as good as you think. He's the main culprit behind the fall of the human race. Bulsh*T. How dare you slander the human emperor? Do you believe that I will skin you alive?" A white-haired old man glared angrily at the black-robed man with a pair of tiger-like eyes and said angrily from embarrassment. The white-haired old man was not the only one who was enraged. The human cultivators gathered outside the Kunlun Immortal Mountain were also enraged. They surrounded the black-robed man. "It's up to you whether to believe it or not, but I'm telling the truth," the black-robed man said calmly. "Also, I'm the Yi Chin Feng that you were just talking about." "What? You're Yi Chin Feng?" The enraged human cultivators were dumbfounded. Many of the human cultivators who had wanted to teach Yi Chin Feng a lesson now retreated. Yi Chin Feng could destroy Ascension Palace with a single hand, so killing them would be a piece of cake. "Yi Chin Feng, what are you doing in the Kunlun Holy Land? Don't tell me you still want to attack the Kunlun Holy Land? Have you forgotten your roots?" The white-haired old man who had just reprimanded Yi Chin Feng didn't back down. Instead, he spoke with righteous indignation. "I came to the Kunlun Holy Land to settle the score with the human emperor and reveal his true identity." Yi Chin Feng wasn't angry at all as he explained calmly. "Humph, if you want to deal with the human emperor, you'll have to step over my dead body first," the white-haired old man said as if he was facing death. "That's right, there's still me. Kill us if you have the guts." Several human cultivators who weren't afraid of death stood beside the white-haired old man and formed a human wall in front of Yi Chin Feng. "Everyone, let's disperse. The destruction of the Ascension Palace is truly our own fault." At this moment, the charming and enchanting Yunishang, who wore a jade green dress, slowly walked over and said, "Your Feathermoon Saintess, Yu Nick Hang was very famous in the human race. Many human cultivators had seen her before and recognized her." "Yes, I'm Feathermoon." Yu Nick Hang nodded and said, "I can guarantee with my integrity that Ascension Palace has been very close to the divine race these years. Ascension Palace has long forgotten its mission and inheritance." As she spoke, a memory stone appeared in Yunichang's hand. When she injected her divine power into the memory stone, the scene of Yi Chin Feng and Yu Huashen making a bet, and Yu Huashen going back on his words and joining forces with the heavenly race and the devil race to deal with Yi Chin Feng appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the scene in front of them, the white-haired old man and the others were all dumbfounded. The scene in front of them had overturned everything they knew. When the human cultivators gathered outside the Kunlun Holy Land were all attracted by the scene in the sky. A loud voice exploded in the sky like thunder. "Tai is here to visit." The roaring voice reverberated in the void. It was so loud that the restriction formation covering the Kunlun Mountain started to tremble. "Yi Wuji is here to visit." As soon as Tai's voice fell, Yi Wuji's voice came again, shaking the legs of the human cultivators gathered outside the Kunlun Mountain. Some of them were so scared that they sat on the ground, their faces pale. "Phoenix God is here to visit." "Dragon God is here to visit." "Chasing Sun God is here to visit." The voices of Yi Wuji, Tai, and Dragon God were mixed together, forming an earth-shattering sound, directly breaking the restriction formation above the Kunlun Mountain. The next moment, Yi Chin Feng and the others flew into the void, passing through the broken restriction formation and entering the fairy-like Kunlun Mountain. "How dare you! Those who trespass on the Kunlun Holy Land will be killed without mercy." When Yi Chin Feng and the others broke into the Kunlun Mountain, a large number of powerful cultivators of the Kunlun Holy Land flew out, trying to stop them. However, the combat power of Yi Chin Feng and the others was too terrifying, especially Yi Wuji, Tai, and Dragon God. They were all powerful cultivators at the peak of the Void God Realm. As Tai waved his long sleeve, dense energy ripples appeared in the entire space, directly sending the disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land who came to stop them flying. However, they were not killed. When Yi Qinfeng and the others arrived at the Kunlun Holy Land in the depths of the Kunlun Celestial Mountain, like a hot knife through butter, a huge formation of light blocked their path. The terrifying aura made them feel like they were facing a calamity. Human Emperor, an old friend is here. Is this how you welcome me? After fusing with the great Desolation Heart and stepping into the peak of the Void God Realm, Tai regained his former pride. He roared, and the great desolation power gushed out of his body, turning into a giant with the sky above his head and the mountains under his feet. He threw a punch, directly shattering the huge light formation blocking them. The terrifying power shook the entire Kunlun Mountain violently, and endless light shone in the Kunlun Holy Land. Formation. When Tai's punch shattered the formation of the Kunlun Holy Land, hundreds of disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land flew out and quickly formed a sword formation, blocking Yi Qinfeng and the others. Yusin, looking at the beautiful lady in the center of the formation, Yu Yeming recognized her immediately. She was Ling Yusin, the one he had feelings for. Yi Qinfeng, Yu Yeming, what do you want? Have you forgotten your own blood, your own roots? You want to destroy the Kunlun Holy Land. Ling Yusin, who was wearing a white martial arts robe and wielding a sharp long sword, glared at Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qinfeng as she spoke. Yusin, the human emperor, is the one with the ambitions of the human race. Don't work for him anymore. Yu Yeming looked at Ling Yusin's beautiful face and kept persuading her. Yu Yeming, do you think I will believe you? The human emperor was the leader of the Kunlun Holy Land, and he was the god in everyone's hearts. Ling Yusin snorted coldly, unmoved. Yusin, Yeming is right. The human emperor is the one who caused the fall of the human race, Yi Qinfeng added. Stop acting, you two brothers. I won't believe you. Ling Yusin shook her head and said stubbornly. Yi Qinfeng was speechless. Yusin, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qinfeng is my father, not my brother. Yu Yeming said, helplessly. Chapter 21-27. Yu Yeming, are you out of your mind? Ling Yusin stared at Yu Yeming coldly. She could not accept the relationship between Yi Qinfeng and Yu Yeming. All right, Yeming, we will explain to Yusin after we capture her. Yi Qinfeng did not want to talk about this anymore. He was ready to break the formation and capture Ling Yusin. Kunlun Divine Sword Formation. Slay all demons. Ling Yusin's pupils shrank. She controlled the powerful Kunlun Divine Sword Formation and slashed at Yi Qinfeng and the others. Leave it to me. Tai had not returned for hundreds of thousands of years. This time, he tried his best to show off his strength. He immediately controlled the Chaos Giant to attack. He broke thousands of invincible divine swords with one punch, shaking the Kunlun Divine Sword Formation violently. Tai, how dare you come back? When Tai activated the Chaos Heart and shook the Kunlun Divine Sword Formation continuously, an angry roar was heard. Yu Huaxin, who had almost died in Yuhua Palace, appeared with several empty god realm masters of Kunlun. It's you, looking at Yu Huaxin. Tai, who was once the most powerful human, recognized him immediately. Senior Tai, what is the relationship between Yu Huaxin and the human sovereign? Yi Qinfeng did not expect Tai to know Yu Huaxin. He quickly asked. He should be the human sovereign's son. Tai said. Son. Yi Qinfeng's eyes widened in shock. However, on second thought, he accepted the relationship between Yu Huaxin and the human sovereign. That was the only reason why the human sovereign let Yu Huaxin stay and let him break through to late empty god realm, controlling the 3-life stone and the human's sacred ground. 3-life stone, 3-life kill. In his shock, Yu Huaxin summoned the 3-life stone, a supreme treasure. He controlled the 3-life stone to shoot out endless 3 lives light, which attacked Yi Qinfeng like a tide. Bell of Destiny. The 3-life stone was more powerful than an ordinary empty god artifact. Xin Yaotian immediately summoned the Bell of Destiny to counter the attack. Boom! When the terrifying power of creation hit the Bell of Creation, a loud bell chime rang out, shaking the entire void and causing a large area to collapse. The divine Jade Heaven forcefully neutralized the 3 live stones attack, and Tai once again unleashed a flood of power to attack the Kunlun divine sword formation. The power of over 100 billion kilograms caused the Ascension Palace disciples in the formation to vomit blood, and cracks also appeared on the gigantic Kunlun divine sword formation. The Kunlun divine sword formation was broken. The Phoenix God and Shan Yaotian made their moves. They released the scorching Phoenix divine fire and suppressed Yu Huaxin instantly. The 4 empty gods that had appeared with Yi Qinfeng were knocked away by the ancestor dragon that the original dragon god had transformed into. They were no threat to Yi Qinfeng and the others. Just as the Kunlun sacred land was in imminent danger, an invincible sword radiance soared into the sky, disrupted the firmament, and slashed toward Yi Qinfeng and the others with the boundless power of the Way of the Sword. Human Emperor, you've finally shown yourself. The shocking sword radiance came. Yi Wuji let out a roar and met it with his bare hands. He waved his overbearing fist and shattered the sword radiance with one punch. Yi Wuji, why do you have to force me? You should know that you and I have a common enemy. We should join forces to fight against Shen Huang. The human emperor flew out of the Kunlun sacred land. He was wearing a dark golden robe with dragon patterns, a crown on his head, and dragon scale boots. The golden human emperor sword was hanging on his back. I'm here this time to avenge Tai Yi, Yi Wuji said loudly, looking at the human emperor who was hiding very well. I'm here to avenge Tai Yi and the thousands of people who died at your hands. Tai Yi is just a loser, and I know where he's been hiding. I didn't kill him because he lost the will to fight for the throne, the human emperor said coldly, looking at Tai Yi with disdain. Human emperor, now that I've reached the peak of the empty god realm, let's settle all the grudges between us today. The human emperor's eyes completely enraged Tai Yi. He said through gritted teeth, so what if you've reached the peak of the empty god realm? If you don't have the will to sacrifice yourself and the courage to fight without fear, how can you fight me? Tai Yi's strength was not what it used to be, but in the human emperor's eyes, only Yi Wuji could truly threaten him. Human emperor, I'll let you know if I have the strength to defeat you. Tai Yi was furious. He completely activated the power of the primitive heart and raised his combat strength to the extreme. He summoned the God Devourer sword, an ultimate empty god artifact, and slashed at the human emperor. With one slash, the space within a few miles shattered. The terrifying sword radiance seemed to freeze the entire space, splitting it in half. All right, since you want to know the difference between you and me, I'll show you. Facing Tai Yi's God Devourer sword radiance, the human emperor gently waved his arm. Instantly, a supreme sword radiance appeared. Like an erupting sword mountain, it directly shattered Tai Yi's attack. So strong, this human emperor is actually so strong. Father, can you feel the human emperor's true strength? Yi Qinfeng asked telepathically. He had not expected the human emperor to be so powerful that he could break Tai Yi's attack with a wave of his hand. If I'm not wrong, he should have 1 foot in the peak of the empty god realm. Moreover, he has a treasure that allows him to have the combat strength of the peak of the empty god realm for a short period of time. Yi Wuji said solemnly, Father, do you have a chance to defeat him? Although Yi Qinfeng had never seen an almighty at the peak of the empty god realm, he knew that there was an insurmountable gap between the peak of the empty god realm and the peak of the empty god realm. If the human emperor could have the combat strength of the peak of the empty god realm for a short period of time, it would be terrifying. An external force is an external force. As long as he hasn't reached the peak of the empty god realm, I can defeat him. Yi Wuji said forcefully. As he spoke, Tai Yi pushed his will to the extreme. Holding the God-Devourer sword, he continuously attacked the human emperor. The terrifying attacks were like the wrath of a god, terrifying everyone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Tai Yi's attack approached, the human emperor's pupils constricted. With a series of ear-piercing sword cries, the human emperor's sword soared into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into a gigantic golden sword that was hundreds of feet long. It shattered Tai Yi's attack and forced him back. A large amount of blood gushed out from his chest. How is this possible? Looking at the sword mark on his chest, Tai Yi could not accept this fact. He could not believe that the human emperor's strength had become so terrifying. Even though he had reached the peak of the empty god realm, he was no match for the human emperor, even with the help of the primitive heart. While Tai Yi was still in shock, his expression changed. He saw the human emperor holding the human emperor's sword and slashing at him. As the sword slashed out, heaven and earth seemed to stop. All that was left was a sword light that pierced through the universe. Sensing the terror of the human emperor's sword, Tai Yi immediately used a powerful technique to fight against the sword. However, the human emperor's sword was too powerful. In an instant, it tore through all of Tai Yi's techniques. The sword landed on his body and sent him flying. His body was almost split in half. He was severely injured. After injuring Tai Yi with one strike, the human emperor cast his gaze at Yi Wuji and asked domineeringly, "Yi Wuji, I'll ask you one last time. Do you insist on being my enemy?" "Human emperor, you and I are destined to be enemies. This battle is inevitable," Yi Wuji replied forcefully. "Let's go. Let's fight in outer space." "In that case, I'll do as you wish. Let's fight in outer space,"